Good morning. Today is Thursday, March 26th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and that you speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and it is being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if you could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments. Anyone who, go ahead.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon by us, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and take them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City that wishes to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. There is no one present in Carson City wishing to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas. Good morning.
Good morning, Ira Giannon for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. On March 3rd, 2026, we sent a letter to Senior Deputy Attorney General McGaw about gaming regulatory issues concerning Baron Capital and their 10% ownership of Red Rock Resorts. We appreciate Deputy Attorney General McGaw for forwarding this to the board, and we appreciate the follow-up from the board's public information officer. Baron Capital needs to comply with Nevada gaming regulations. On a separate matter, when the hearings at the massive Red Rock Resorts unfair labor practice trial conclude in the next few days, we will make available to the board and to the gaming division of the Office of the Attorney General transcripts of sworn testimony from key witnesses at that trial. We believe these transcripts will provide clear evidence of unlawful and discriminatory conduct of officers of a gaming license holder. We hope that you will give this evidence the close attention that it deserves. I will be submitting my public comment along with the following person, Jennifer Tyser's public comment, to Madam Secretary via email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Tyser, T-I-C-E-R. I've been working as a kitchen worker for Station Casinos at Green Valley Ranch for 3 years. In the beginning, it was very optimistic to work with the company because they make it sound like a good company to work, but unfortunately that hasn't been the case. They overwork employees and station workers need a raise. I've been a part-time position since I started, and I'm not hopeful of getting a full-time position. At their team member meetings, the company talks about how rich they are and the expansion of more properties and remodels. All they do is thank employees instead of giving fair raises. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? It appearing that there. Oh.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Kawano, K-A-W-A-N-O. I'm a resident of Spring Valley, and I'm a 12-year employee in the hospitality industry, 4 years at the Venetian Hotel. The issue I'd like to raise is with their video monitors. If they could be programmed to show information, specifically the voting graphic after you cast a vote at ayes or nays. Also, the agenda item info as the agenda item that's being currently discussed, and possibly a voice-to-text scrolling sentences for the hearing impaired. Having attended meetings of the various city councils here, the Clark County Commission, and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, all of them have video monitors that display all this information in a real time. And I've noticed at your meetings, that's not happening. I don't know if it's possible or not, but if it would be possible, it'd be very helpful to me. During these meetings, I admit sometimes my attention span wanders and I look at my cell phone. Then 5 minutes later, I look back up and I forget the name and the institution of the person being, agenda is being discussed. So if anything, if this could be possible, this would really make the meetings even more informational. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment?
Hello, everyone.
At the bottom.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Shea, SHEA. First, I want to thank Governor Lombardo for his leadership in the great state of Nevada. I made the trip to Las Vegas today to speak openly and from the heart. In my view, not everyone placed in the so-called Black Book was forced to carry her cross publicly. It raises an important question. What truly motivates someone to open up the door? Many times when I enter a gaming property, I'm met by management in parking garages offering apologies. As I walk across the gaming floor, employees approach me and say, "We're sorry, Mr. Shea." Dealers put on an almost ceremonial display of pomp and circumstance. And even guests like those dressed in purple, holding Osmond albums, waiting to meet Donnie before the show, seem to carry a certain awareness. At the Trump International Hotel, I've experienced similar moments, valets and bellmen, people I know personally, including one who survived the Cybertruck explosion, have placed their hands over their hearts, visibly emotional, offering apologies. But I have to ask, apologizing for what? 17 and a half years ago, in late September 2008, when the stock market crashed, we were all living through a moment of uncertainty together. At that time, I was in St. Louis, working in the garden at the home of Sorkis Webby Jr. and his mother. May she rest in peace. Recently, I read in the Las Vegas Review-Journal that Francis Jethro Jr. is being considered for removal from the Gaming Control Board's excluded persons list. Las Vegas has always been a place where people take chances, where they bet on long shots and root for the underdog. In closing, I believe that if Frankie had simply been allowed to be present in the casino, just being himself, outspoken as he is, then perhaps certain unfortunate incidents like the mistreatment of that flamingo might never have happened. God bless Las Vegas and God bless America.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment?
Madam Chair, if I could take a moment to make a public comment. Last week, we lost one of the great daughters of Nevada, Sue Wagner. Many of you know her, certainly know of her, but I bring her up today because she was on this gaming commission for 12 years, from 1997 to 2009. Sue, 36 years ago, Labor Day Monday, September 3rd, 1990, her life changed forever in a small airplane crash outside of Fallon. It changed many lives differently, including mine. Mine led to public service and hers led to an empowerment of hers. She was elected lieutenant governor, if many of you know that. But the accident and the injuries she suffered really impaired her public service for the rest of her days. And I really believe she would have been governor. But I know we talk about, empowerment of women and leadership and the fierceness of policy and faith and doing what's right and what's ethical. And she was that champion. And so I just, the fact that she was part of this commission for a dozen years, I think it's important to share and think about Sue and her family in this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There being no one else present who wishes to make public comment, that will conclude our public comment section. And at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could read into the record our next agenda item, approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for February 2026.
Right, each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next, read in the non-restricted consent items?
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, and 17. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on these items.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Chair, I do have a disclosure. On agenda number 5, my daughter, who goes to UNLV, works for Red Rock Resorts as a seasonal worker in a non-gaming capacity. I nor my daughter have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record. I therefore intend to participate.
Okay, as it relates to non-restricted number 5, the related order is the 15th revised order of registration, draft number 2 dated March 5th, 2026. And as it relates to non-restricted number 7, the shelf order is draft number 1 dated 2/23/26. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
I can.
Go ahead.
Madam Secretary, Chair, I move to approve non-restricted items 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, and 17 as on the non-restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, with non-restricted item number 5 being pursuant to the 15th revised order of registration, draft number 2 dated March 5, 2026, and with non-restricted item number 17 being pursuant to the shelf order, draft number 1 dated February 23, 2026. I hope I covered it all.
Number 7, not 17.
So number 7 are correct, not 17.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's with all conditions as noted on the agenda?
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1 and 4 through 13. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
As far as any questions or comments related to any of these consent items, if there are none, I would ask, or I would believe this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items number 1 and 4 through 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board with all of the conditions included therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group for amendment to order of registration and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of City Center Land LLC and Mirage Resorts LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of Park MGM LLC doing business as Park MGM for licensure to operate gaming salons. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, with respect to non-restricted item number 3, I'd like to disclose, as I have in the past, that during my time in private practice, my firm and I represented MGM Resorts International and various of its subsidiaries, including city center entities, in unrelated litigation in state and federal court, which is concluded at least 10 years ago. So I have no pecuniary interest in the matter before us, nor do I believe, this prior representation would affect the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation. So I intend to participate and vote.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of MGM Resorts International.
My name is Chandler Pohl, Vice President Legal Counsel at MGM Resorts International.
And if it's appropriate, we would suggest sort of handling like we did at the board. I would address the pledge application component, and Mr. Pohl could handle the gaming salon at Park MGM if that works for you.
Yes, thank you.
So what we have here is MGM entered into last October a finance agreement with Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. And those loan documents are essentially substantially the same as the existing Bank of America financing that MGM is already party to. And the way that they conducted this is there's an intercreditor agreement. And so the two creditor constituencies, Bank of America and Sumitomo, share in the collateral on a pari passu basis, on an equal basis as this moves forward. So the loan documents are substantially the same as the loan documents that B of A, which were approved by the commission back in May of 22, I believe, for the pledge agreements with that. And the pledge agreement format in this for Sumitomo is based on that same pledge agreement. So essentially it's just to have the two mirror together, and it's shared collateral. And as stated on the board at the board meeting, the most recent balance of the Sumitomo facility is $375 million as of the end of last year, and the 63rd order registration draft 1 is acceptable to MGM.
Thank you. And that's February 23rd, 2026, the date of the draft, yeah?
Correct.
I would ask my colleagues, do you have any questions for council? Or comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may. Good morning, Mr. McGinnis, Mr. Pohl. Always a pleasure to see you. Just you just talked about it, but the collateral for the Sumitomo, you said it's pari passu with Bank of America, or is it senior?
No, it's pari passu.
Okay.
Neither is senior to the other.
Okay. And nothing can subordinate that situation, correct?
Correct.
The collateral is extraordinary. It's like everything in the kitchen sink. Do you want to talk about how the collateral is pledged, or just how it was determined that the entirety of the assets were part of the collateral pool?
Well, it goes back to the original Bank of America financing. So at that time, when MGM did their refinancing with Bank of America, that is the collateral pool that was placed in place there. And then that was when the equity pledges were first added into the component of the collateral. And with this one, it just matches what was previously in place with Bank of America.
Okay, and could you talk about the accordion clause a little bit? Just, I mean, it's all for capital construction or capital projects, I believe, no operating capital, eventually, but could you talk, I know it's 289 million and up to almost $500 million, but could you just talk about how that can be triggered and just describe that, please?
Well, my understanding of this is that this is primarily for the Osaka project. And so the money was pulled in for that, the Sumitomo component. And so those amounts are segregated over in the Japanese component.
And I think and thank you, I understand that, but it's all for the project itself, the construction phase, correct?
Correct.
All right.
That's my understanding.
And do you know if there's, MGM has pioneered, the REIT approach to its real estate holdings here in the United States? Is that something that's potentially feasible or contemplated in Osaka, or those kind of things aren't contemplated at this time? Or
I have not heard anything about that. Mr. Paul, have you heard any?
I'm not familiar with that.
No.
And I just do note, I think as we clean up our regulations, I note that the certain certificates need to reside in the state of Nevada, but soon that will be relieved based on technology and other things, but you're still stuck in this antiquated, or hopefully it'll be in place by the time this is all closed.
Right. Well, and to the extent that some entities, the LLC certificates aren't certificated. So it's not, to the extent that there are certificates, that are pledged, they do need to be domiciled in Nevada.
Okay. And those are my questions. Thank you. It's more curiosity on how those things are done in Japan, but it's fascinating financing. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any additional questions or comments in light of that?
Just one question, if I may. So of course, it's to do with the financing of the Osaka project, and we heard that clearly at the Gaming Control Board meeting. Is that scheduled still, Mr. Cole, for 2030 completion? Or are there any fluctuations you can share with us today? Well, no.
Publicly, it's 2030.
It's 2030. Publicly, good.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to estimate, but that's our estimate.
Good. Thank you. That answers my only question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
That was my only question too.
Anything additional?
That's all I had on the pledge, so we can turn it over to Mr. Paul for the Park MGM Salon.
Okay.
Hi.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commission, Executive Secretary. This matter before you is for the gaming salon approval at Park MGM. Park MGM will use the salon as a mixed-use private salon and as a public gaming area. Due to MGM Resorts' strong and successful history of operating gaming salons at Aria Bellagio, the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, and MGM Grand, should the gaming salon application be approved for Park MGM, Park MGM will apply for a Reg 5.200 sub 6, which is the waiver to use alternative financial criteria for admission to the private salon. As a new innovation to Nevada's gaming industry, MGM Resorts Interactive team has guided Park MGM in creating a turnkey video production suite. That video production suite cohabits the space that will be used as the gaming salon or the public space when it switches back and forth between a private salon and a public space. Both enforcement investigations divisions have toured the space, and Park MGM will request enforcement to come back out for a final tour to inspect the surveillance and the signage. I don't believe they have done that yet, so I think that's still yet to be done. While the matter before you is a gaming salon application, the discussion at the board went into the concept between the video production suite, and I can answer some questions if you have it about the video production aspect or the gaming salon aspect, either way.
Thank you, Chair. I had just a couple questions on that. As I watched your presentation at the board, I just wanted to see if I would clarify in my mind. So prior to this, if influencers wanted to be in the private salon and videotape, they brought their own team in. Is that what it was before? And so the changes that your interactive team video production is now giving this as kind of like a, a benefit to playing there.
Yeah, correct. So at least at the MGM Resorts aspect or our properties, previous streamers would provide their own equipment, and interactive team at Park MGM looked at it and said, here's an opportunity. If we build an in-house production suite that we kind of remove a lot of the hurdles of outside equipment coming in and slowing down our floor operations. So if we have the cameras under our control, then it makes things a lot smoother and more efficient, and it relieves the burden of the players from having to
bring in a
to
team.
do multiple things at the same time. Yeah.
And this is the first of its type in Las Vegas.
I think there are some other properties that have similar concepts, but I believe this is the first of this particular kind of build.
Okay. And are you looking to also integrate that into other MGM properties as well?
I think it depends on the course of the run at Park MGM and how it goes, but there's been some success so far in our kind of trial with it as a public space.
And in our investigative materials, it says that you have a growing list of players and celebrities interested in appearing on this camera in this salon. And I just didn't know if you could make public, if you were able to, if you knew any of those celebrities or big names that you had talked to investigations about.
Well, I'd like, we don't want to reveal our player information, right? We want to keep that private, but some information.
Well, celebrities are going to be broadcast.
Right.
It's right out there.
So there are some videos available online on YouTube that are being posted by those individuals. And they usually tag Park MGM Streaming Lounge. And I'm not sure which ones have been posted and which ones haven't at this state. So I want to be cautious in that. But yes.
I was just curious.
Yeah. I expect there will be more posted shortly.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm in full support of it, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this works out.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Mr. Cole, I do have one or two questions. Most of the time, this will be used as a private salon. I'm quoting what I heard in the Gaming Control Board.
That's what we're envisioning.
And,
yes.
and I'm, maybe I'm a bit of a dinosaur on this, obviously, generationally, but what is the point? And I'm just curious what analysis has been done. When you say there's been some demand, people want their play in a private salon to be recorded and shown to other people. I mean, between the word private and what the result is, seems to me two complete opposites. Am I missing something? Sorry, go ahead.
No, there is a new generation of people who are, digitally native. And I think that perhaps those people view the world substantially different, with 100% connection all the time to the cyber space. And so while they may prefer to game in private, they may also wish at a later date to release that video of their play to their friends or to the wide general public. So this is really an amenity that's catering to a potentially new type of player profile.
Well, thank you for doing your best with that one. And I will support. I had only 2 or 3 specific thoughts with regard to the conditions. I mean, I think it's very important that the conditions that we had addressed in the Gaming Control Board, the signage and the differentiation between what is public and private has to be meticulously planned, because it could lead to complications. It does even when there's not recording in other private gaming salons, let alone when you're actually got recording studios, which just by its nature will attract those kind of generational types. So I know that's in the conditions, and I want to reiterate that that is very important to us. And of course, also that we can't go ahead, and I assume your organization will not understand, this is not a mandate to be able to increase the amount. We're talking about one salon at this point. Is that
correct? It's
correct?
one salon.
Just one at this point. Okay, well, in that case, my questions answered. Thank you, Chair, and good luck to you all. I will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Following up on Commissioner Marcantonus's question, How often do you have requests now for people wanting to bring equipment before you had the actual equipment built into the salon? How often did you have people wanting to bring equipment to film themselves?
Pretty frequent.
Okay.
Pretty frequent.
And are they broadcasting this live, or is it after the fact? I noticed your signage says live from Park MGM or something like that. But are the video releases typically live streamed, or is it just something they release after the fact?
It can be both. It can be delayed by a minute, or it can be delayed by an hour or a day. It depends on the individual as to when they prefer to release the information. But the word live, in all broadcast media, the word live is kind of a misnomer because nothing is truly a live broadcast. There's usually some sort of delay, whether that's an intentional delay or a technological delay. So in this instance, yes, there is a delay in order to get the material. If it was intended to be, quote, live, there is still a delay on the broadcast.
I wasn't sure if they were typically waiting to see how the outcome of their gaming, what the outcome of their gaming was before they decided whether to broadcast it or not.
Yeah, I think that's the preference of the player.
Okay. And tell me a little bit more about when this is when it's used as a public room, is it still being taped to release publicly? And if so, without the stanchions or the doors, how do you control who you obtain the releases from?
So when it's a public space, there may be filming and there may not be filming.
Okay.
So when there is filming, to answer the question, those who enter are on notice, and we require their consent to be obtained, that they are aware that their image, their likeness, their audio is being recorded and potentially going to be released. And it's quite easy to get the consent because there is a doorway in which someone would enter the salon. So at that doorway, we're able to identify the people that we have not obtained consent from and then obtain the consent before they go in the space.
So people can't just wander in and out without signing the consent if you're filming?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's what I wasn't sure. And I did see the doorway. It seemed to be pretty large, so I wasn't sure, whether this was to scale or how much of a possibility it was for people to just wander in order to, later have name, image, and likeness claims.
No, I don't believe it would be possible.
Okay.
As long as there's someone at the door, which is what the Park MGM staffing is, then I believe we'll have a really good job of capturing the consents.
Perfect. Okay. I didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the information that you take from those folks who decide to go through the door and subject themselves to image?
I'd have to look at the release form, but I believe it's name and contact information.
Name and a signature, but is there a more of a definitive process to truly identify who those people are?
Oh, an ID check. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was overlooking the obvious. Yes, an ID check.
For what really is I want to say a simple concept. Oh my goodness, it's complicated, and when to use the ropes and when not to do that. And it's fascinating. And Commissioner Marcantonis, who has lived on these floors and understands the rhythm. It's just very, informative to this guy who's not been in that business. But good on you. This is a decision that you're undertaking because you think it'll be good for business and the brand. And, we're here to support that. And, we're watching and rooting for you and for the industry. There's a lot of effort and time have gone in with the Gaming Control Board. Again, a very extensive conversation you had earlier this month, but, good on MGM and the others who have brought this forth, and, we'll be watching, but good luck.
Thank you.
So you've got cameras that can be remotely operated by a gaming salon attendant using an iPad, these live streaming cameras that are not live necessarily. And you have management reviewing all the content for security purposes prior to it being released to the patron. And so just having this vision of, so is this someone that's seen it real time and then is again reviewing it, or is this completely separate
So
person?
there are supervisors, table game staff who are in the room supervising the activity that's happening in the room. Then there's a separate room. And I believe it's on the floor plan that was submitted. And in that floor plan, that separate room is essentially the control studio, which has a gaming registered employee who is monitoring real time what the cameras are capturing and the audio. And between the two, communicating with each other, that's where the review is happening. So somebody may see something in real time, or somebody may see something on a video camera.
Okay. And so so what I'm hearing is when salon management is reviewing all the live stream content, it's pretty contemporaneous is what you're telling me.
It can't, if it's intended to be live, yes, it would be contemporaneous.
I was just curious, like, it's a lot of eyes on, which is good. Okay, that's the only question I had. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thanks.
There are TikToks of people just cleaning their house, George. People find apparently relaxing to watch someone clean their house, like just their kitchen.
You watch that stuff?
No, I do not watch that stuff. But I'm just telling you, you'd be amazed what people record. Okay, well, does anyone have anything else, or is someone prepared to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, but before doing so, I just want to confirm that we're working with draft 1 of the 63rd revised order of registration dated February 23rd, 2026.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, perfect. With that, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Jackie Crum for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Wynn Resorts. Here with me today is the applicant, Jackie Crum. She is a first-time applicant, and so she provided a thorough background at the board meeting. But today would like to share with you some highlights from her background and then talk with you about her duties and responsibilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Erica. Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. I'm Jackie Crum, and just a few highlights, as Erica mentioned. I was born and raised in South Africa until my family immigrated to Los Angeles in 1986. I attended UC Santa Barbara, where I earned a bachelor's degree in cultural anthropology and political science, international relations, and then went to UCLA for my JD. After law school, I was in private practice in LA for what seemed like a really long time before I moved here to go in-house with MGM. I was with MGM for 3 years in a development role, and then moved to Wynn in 2013. Shortly after moving to Wynn, I relocated to Boston, where I worked on the Encore Boston Harbor project, and was promoted in December 2024 and moved back here to Las Vegas. Thank you. Just wanted to thank the agents for such a thorough and comprehensive review. Their professionalism was very much appreciated during the process, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today. At this time, I would open it up to my colleagues, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Ms. Okerberg, Ms. Crum, very impressive background. And having watched and heard it even in more detail in the Gaming Control Board, congratulations for all of your upward mobility in your career and the example that you are setting for many people. I have one question that generally for your organization, realizing that you have quite a few people, I believe, stranded in the United Arab Emirates. And I'm actually know some of them over the years, and are they still there, or have you evacuated most of them? I believe that your construction development teams still there, and I wondered if you could give us a little color on that situation.
Sure. We've been in constant contact with our team members in the UAE. And frankly, I'd like to commend them for their remarkable commitment during this time. It's been very difficult for them. The Wynn Design and Development team continues to oversee design and construction. And the resort executive team also is continuing to lead the operational planning and efficiency. Some of them have relocated to different places based on the advice of their embassies. The construction site is still ongoing right now, and we are dedicated to the safety and security of the team members who are working on the construction site.
Well, that is encouraging to hear, and we hope for all of those folks and yourselves that this is all resolved soon. But thank you for that update, and good luck. I'm sure that this will stall perhaps the projected opening dates and things like that, which just happens in construction anyway, depending on weather and geopolitical concerns. So thank you for that. With regard back to yourself, I'll have no hesitation in supporting you today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. I appreciate your affirmative presentation, both here and at the board. And I was just to dovetail onto what you had mentioned at the board. You had said that when you were at your 10 years, when you were in LA working before you went in-house, that MGM was one of your clients in hospitality. And I was just wondering if what other kinds of cases you worked on or other kind of high profile clients in gaming.
Sure, thank you. We didn't represent any other gaming clients. We did represent other non-gaming hospitality clients, but I was very much in the corporate department. So did a lot of mergers and acquisitions across many different industries, as well as security work for a whole range of clients, including—
And your husband is a retired attorney. What did he practice?
He was a securities litigator. So again, representing a lot of different clients, Trisenda Corporation, MGM from time to time as well.
And your daughter, has she gotten into the colleges yet since the board meeting?
We have.
And you went to UCLA, so Vegas is like pretty close, or UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, no. So we find out the final results tonight, but I think based on where we are, we're very happy at this point. So thank you for asking.
Oh, okay, good. It will be somewhere close, huh?
No, but we're very happy.
Okay. And how would you compare the process of getting a license here? I know you've got multiple licenses all over. How would you compare our process?
Sure. So I was talking to Judge Assad about this earlier. I think the level of sophistication in the investigators is incredibly impressive in Nevada. The questions that they ask are really the ones that they should be asking, rather than some other jurisdictions that I've experienced where they're asking me, why I made an investment in a stock that is part of a mutual fund. So I thought just generally the level of sophistication and understanding and knowledge of financial sophistication was impressive.
And let me see. I know in our investigative materials, it also said that you're not a member of either compliance or AML committees, but you're invited to attend them. I wasn't sure if I heard whether or not you actually do attend them. And if so, can you update us on how your role then in attending these, you're ensuring the regulatory compliance in your duties as the chief legal officer of Wynn?
Sure. So I've actually attended compliance committee meetings, which happen on a quarterly basis with our independent compliance committee for about 13 years now.
Oh,
so even in my capacity as general counsel of Uncle Boston Harbor. Omar, who is here with me today, Omar Corey, is a very strong, the two of us partner together daily on matters. Our offices are located next door to each other. We're in constant communication. I also have a very good relationship with all of our compliance committee members and speak with them all often. On the AML side, since I've been promoted, those meetings are attended by the general counsels of the property. And of course, if there's any issues, Omar or the general counsels will let me know right away.
Mr. Curry reports to you. I'm sorry, just piggybacking on that one.
He
reports
actually
to you directly?
He reports to the Independent Compliance
Okay.
Committee, and then just to me for administrative reasons. So when he wants to take vacation, he has
Okay,
to clear it by me.
Very good. And you have a long list of reports. You have 20 direct reports?
Almost
That's a
20,
That's
yes.
a very full plate, and good
It
luck with
is.
that too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's it. Oh, that's okay. Well, you have a incredible amount of experience and exemplary resume. So I fully support your application. Thank you for
Thank you,
coming here
Commissioner.
today.
I don't have any additional questions. They were answered either by the materials or what has already been asked and presented here and at the Gaming Control Board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Ogerberg, Ms. Crum. Pleasure to see you. You know, it has been a wonderful opportunity to watch you grow and develop your career here. Fascinating story. I know the Gaming Control Board spent significant time on some of that journey that you've downplayed, but it's just a great story. So, you know, good on you. The most important question was, how's your daughter doing with college? Commissioner Silver's already done that. So we'll
I'll definitely inform you of the final
as a
decision.
dad with 3 daughters who are in their 20s, you know, one of the worst stage over a couple of years was that college application time. You know, you couldn't jinx it, you couldn't wear swag, you couldn't even think about it without, you know, getting an attitude. But, you know, it all works out. They end up going where they should have been going. So, but good luck on that. It's an exciting time for families. I too was going to speak about the UAE. There were public news accounts actually that construction was shut down, I think just for a day. That was New York Times or
Few
Wall Street.
days, and then we restarted fairly quickly thereafter.
We need to put a correction in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal because I think they
You
said
know,
a day.
sometimes media doesn't report accurately, just sometimes.
Yeah, well, could we have that verbatim in the transcript, please? You know, my past life. No, but it's, and I also, you know, Commissioner Silver and I are looking at these things similarly today because in our materials, it said with the AML and compliance committees, you were able to attend, and in your very thorough conversation, I didn't recall whether you said you did or did not, and you've answered that. Tone at the top, you're at the top, and you know, Omar behind you, but you know, you've got a great team, you know, lessons learned, and I just wish you the best of luck. Wynn is incredibly fortunate to have your services, your wisdom and smarts, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
I don't have any questions about your personal background or your professional background. It's impeccable, and I intend to support your application. I just have a question about that we get, you know, summaries of litigation that you might be familiar with in light of your position. And there was a reference to an employment matter in 2018. And it appears that there were individual defendants named by that plaintiff. And I was just curious, do you recall off the top of your head, how many people are we talking about? There was like a supervisor that was the focus of the whole thing.
Yes.
Which had nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And then defendants, other defendants, but I don't have any information about, you know, are we talking 3 people, 10 people?
I want to say they were between 5 and 7.
Okay. I was just curious about that. And that case was resolved and dismissed with prejudice. And you know, the court had a dismissal against individual defendants, presumably exclusive of the individual actor that was the subject of the alleged positive conduct, if you will. Like when I say positive, I mean, you know, actual conduct on his part, allegedly.
Actually, it was all the individual defendants were.
All individuals.
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. I don't have any additional questions. Anybody else? Well, then it would appear that this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
None.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to Non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Vladimir Mirchva for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, manager, and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Secretary Rupert, members and staff of the board. This is Dan Reeser with the Fenimore Craig Law Firm. Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Mira Mirchva, who is to my immediate right, and Scott Andrus of the Jackson, Mississippi law firm of Bach and Bingham, who's been admitted to appear on this matter. I am here because of the issues that came out of Rump, which might go to some corporate applications. So if those are become a topic of discussion, I'll be available for that, but I will pass to Mr. Andrus, who's been representing the applicant in a number of jurisdictions.
Good morning, Madam
morning.
Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm pleased to appear before you here again. As a gaming lawyer for nearly 34 years, it is truly an honor to appear before this tribunal. Ms. Mirchva would like to address you, give you just a brief synopsis of what we presented before the board, and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam
Morning.
Chair,
Good morning.
Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Thank you so much for seeing me this morning. I would like to just give you some highlights of my background, as that was more thoroughly discussed in front of the board 2 weeks ago. I was born and raised in Bulgaria. I came to college in the United States in 1997 and graduated from Colgate University in 2001. After college, I started work at Goldman Sachs, where I did investment banking for 2 years and then worked in a principal investing role in the credit department. Following Goldman Sachs, I worked at Perella Weinberg Partners as an analyst and investment professional in one of the hedge funds that they managed at the time. And following my work at Perella Weinberg, I started again as an investment professional at Standard General in 2015. So I have worked with Standard General since then. In 2023, I transitioned from the investment role to a corporate role within the Queen Casino and Entertainment, which was a company at the time majority owned by Standard General. I had been involved in that investment from its very inception, and both because of the needs of the business and my own personal interest, it makes sense to transition to become CFO of the Queen. The Queen merged with Bally's at the beginning of 2025, and following that merger, I was appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer at Bally's. And this is the position that I'm seeking license for at the moment. With that, I am here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today, and I will open it up. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Mirchva. It's a pleasure to meet you, and gentlemen. You're well flanked here in your presentation. You know, I used words for the last item, but just what a remarkable story, you know, of resilience and success and where you've been. You may not be aware of one of these trivia pieces, but you mentioned to the Gaming Control Board that you went to Colgate in the United States because you got a scholarship. There's another CFO on the Strip who was a Colgate undergrad, Jonathan Hawkyard. So I don't know if you know each other, but you can have a little undergraduate alumni association of Colgate, you know, CFOs on the, you know, in Las Vegas. So you should look him up. But that it's a small world when you start doing that. Well, your credentials are extraordinary. You know, as a investment banker out of college myself, went to New York and training programs and things. If Goldman said yes, and you know the Perella Weinberg folks said, I mean, you are vetted in terms of, you know, skill sets and just horsepower in these things. The Queen's Casino, I know some of the conversation was, you know, good on you for the finances, but where's the gaming stuff? But that 10 years I thought was, you know, superb in these conversations. I haven't asked a question yet, but I will. Don't mean to just speak at you, but again, it was just very informative reading the materials and the conversation you had with the Gaming Control Board. One of the properties in your portfolio is near and dear to me. When I say near, I mean it's literally, I can throw a rock over to it, but Bally's and State Line, Nevada. Could you talk about, how that property is doing? And, the convention center is always an intriguing conversation for Douglas County residents and how it's doing, but could you talk about that property, offhand?
Yes, of course. That's obviously, a very nice property in a great location where, we definitely think that there is opportunity longer term. There's been, some increased competition for us there. We've added a Starbucks, which has helped with traffic for our business as well. We are making sure to spend and frankly we are spending disproportionate amount of maintenance capital for the property to make sure that it stays in good shape and we provide good service to our customers. As you are aware, we are, spending capital in other areas, including here in Las Vegas. So at the moment, we don't necessarily have bigger plans that I can discuss, but it is, a core asset in our portfolio, and we do think that there is longer term potential for that asset.
I mean, it's interesting. You talk about the need for a refreshment, if you will, for the property in State Line, but it's just from my colleagues, it's been remarkable. Caesars is now Caesars Republic. They are doing tower refreshment and things. The ambassador to Italy, Mr. Fertitta, has done a significant amount of work literally across the street from Bally's, but it's been exciting to watch. But one of the things you learn about coming to this commission is while we're here to talk about you, we take full advantage of being able to talk about things you touch. So could you, I know there was a conversation a bit at the control board, but could you give any updates regarding Chicago or, and I drove by it this morning, extraordinary to watch the stadium coming up out of the ground. I know that's not yours, but it's on your property. But could you talk about both Chicago and the the athletic stadium construction?
Yes, absolutely. In Chicago, things are continuing in the same manner as discussed 2 weeks ago. Construction is in full swing. There's glass going on the towers. There's a lot of work being done inside. I think we'll top off the podium, I believe in a month or so. We'll working on the tower. So really things are moving quite fast at this point. So full steam ahead on the construction in Chicago. And in Vegas, similarly, as you pointed out, the A stadium is going up and it's being constructed, and that's obviously top priority as they have to complete that before the start of the 2028 season. We are in active conversations with potential partners for entertainment venues and retail venues. So the development work continues actively behind the scenes.
And you released renderings of that project, I believe.
That's correct. Commissioner Krolicki, we provided to the board some of the phase I want to say plan of the different zones in it, and also some renderings. On February, if I'm correct, February 3rd, the land use applications were filed with Clark County. So the company's working through the entitlements now.
Good. Well, I know you mentioned, I asked about the renderings because I heard it discussed, but it's not part of our package. I don't think we've seen that. Did I miss something? But it would be nice if, not for today, and just as a courtesy, I would like to see those renderings if staff could please forward those to us. I'm excited to see it.
We'll facilitate copies getting to you.
Perfect. And then the last item of conversation is, I think you've addressed it and Rump discussed it, but your work schedule. You live in New York City. You have an office in Providence, Rhode Island, and you've got lots of responsibilities around this neighborhood and other places. Could you talk about how you do the coverage that you're responsible for? Again, I know remote works wonderfully, but FaceTime is critical, especially as you're getting your chops, set up in these things. But could you describe, nothing's a typical month, but could you describe how you manage physically your various responsibilities geographically, please?
Yes, absolutely. And I do live and work in New York. Obviously, some of the team members do come and visit, and I think we'll probably be doing more so as we'll now be active in New York as well. And I agree with you. I think it's very good to spend time in person with people on the team, and that's primarily what brings me to Providence or other areas. Frankly, the work that I do can mostly be done remotely, and we constantly have Zoom or Microsoft Teams meetings and speak face to face. But it is good to build a team and camaraderie and have a personal relationship. So again, I probably travel anywhere from maybe 15% of the time, and I have visited Providence multiple times, again, primarily to spend time with the team and get to sort of personally know the people. Spend time with people here in Vegas. When I visited, we had a team dinner last night. I have been to London, Greece, so really make the effort to spend that face time together. But in terms of the day-to-day work that needs to get done, we're very effectively doing that through technology. Obviously, there's been huge advancements in that in recent years, and I do find it quite seamless.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry to take time here, but it's always a theme. But in your role, could you talk about AML? And you're part of the tone at the top, but your role with AML in the company?
It's obviously a very important focus for the entire management team. Starting from employees and being very diligent about training and enforcement to our internal audit and compliance officers who really make sure that the properties are compliant, to then obviously bringing to the attention of executives and the board to the extent that there's any issues. But I am involved in these discussions. Obviously, that's more the purview of our Chief Compliance Officer, Leah Trowbridge, and Kim Barker, our Chief Legal Officer. But I stay apprised of this very important aspect of our business, and we're very focused at every level of the organization.
Good. Thank you. Well, we've I thought the Gaming Control Board conversation, they used the term breaking the glass ceiling and things, but it's appropriate. And you and the previous applicant, Ms. Crum, just extraordinary stories, with a lot of international behind it. And I started the meeting today talking about Sue Wagner, one of the great pioneers in Nevada, daughter of Nevada, but who broke her glass ceiling. So she would be very proud if she were still sitting here with the application that you brought forth today. It's a compelling story. I think Bally's is extraordinarily fortunate to have you and your skill sets. You got the chops, you got the smarts, and I just wish you the best of luck. And I am fully supportive of your application today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Mirchva, thank you for being here today. I don't want to tread the same ground, but I echo the comments of Commissioner Korlicki. Your background is exquisite, and you definitely have the background that I think we need for that. I had just one minor question, and it has not related to your qualification, but tell me a little bit more about this intralot. I understand you serve on that as a board member because of your position on Bally's. Is that correct?
So I actually became a director of Intralot when the Queen Casino and Entertainment had an investment in it.
Okay.
back in, I think it was August or September of 2023. So it was, obviously the Queen made a meaningful investment in Intralot, and that's why I was appointed on the board. So we currently, in 2025, Intralot merged with Bally's International Interactive, and that's now a publicly traded company on the Greek Stock Exchange. And Bally's owns 58% of the shares in Bally's Intralot.
Okay. And our notes indicated that you had not yet gone through some kind of qualification in order to receive income from a Greek company. Is there a deadline by which you have to apply, or how does that work?
I'm not aware that there is a deadline, but there's some administrative process in Greece that we'd have to go through. So that's part of the reason.
Do you forfeit any compensation that you would be due if you were if you had gone through the process, or does that just accrue until you decide to go through the not licensing but the registration process, I guess?
I would have to follow up on that, as that's obviously under kind of Greek regulation. But yeah, there's an administrative process that's lengthy and cumbersome. But I can follow up on that.
You should have everything in hand after going through this. So my last question was with respect to the Chicago. What's the completion date for that, expected completion date?
We're working towards our target of late 2026.
Okay, so that's still on track.
That's our target.
Perfect. I don't have any other questions. I just want to echo, I mean, I do admire the fact that you're in this position. It's nice to see more women in the executive suite and, balancing family, work, everything there is to it. I know it's tough, but you seem to be doing an admirable job of it. So good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioners Silver, Marcantonis?
I think my colleagues, certainly said everything. My thoughts, very high performer with a great background, and very happy to support you today, ma'am, and good luck going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Judge Silva?
Thank you. Yeah, I echo the comments of everyone. It's amazing, and it's wonderful to see females like yourself and Ms. Crum in these executive roles in gaming, because we don't see a lot of females up here at this podium. So that's really nice. I'm excited for you. I wanted to, I guess, just ask, I was going to ask you about how you spend your time between Rhode Island and New York, but Commissioner Krolicki got into that. So I was going to ask you about Bally's horse track in Colorado, in addition to its 19 casinos in 11 states. Can you tell us more about that property?
It's a relatively small property, and I think as with various racetracks around the country, to the extent that there's any potential for HHR, I think that is more kind of longer term the opportunity. For now, it's really a small property that doesn't make big difference in terms of our financial performance.
And you're licensed in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. But this is the first time you're going to be licensed in Nevada, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I fully support your application, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I don't have anything additional to add. I echo the comments of my fellow commissioners and look forward to voting in favor of your application. So at this time,
thank you.
If any of you have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our next agenda item. If you could please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Edward Roski III for finding of suitability as an officer at Majestic Nevada, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appear on behalf of the applicant, Ed Broski III, or Trey as he's commonly known, and on behalf of Majestic Nevada Inc. As the Madam Secretary read the record, this is an application, Mr. Broski, for finding of suitability as an officer, Secretary and Treasurer specifically of Majestic Nevada Inc., which is a 10% member of the Silverton Casino here in Las Vegas. He's prepared to give you a brief background, recitation's background, or we can just go directly to questions, whichever you prefer, Madam Chair.
Sure. How about a brief
Okay.
intro
Trey, go ahead.
for the record?
I did reiterate what I said before. Just, I'm a college graduate. I don't know how far back you want to go again. You're in Vegas, living here in Vegas now for about 4 years. Got a live show here and working at the Silverton and trying to figure it all out. So I don't know how in depth you want me to go backwards again.
Well, we appreciate you being here today. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Start with Commissioner Marcantonis.
Certainly. Thank you for being here, Mr. Roski. What a fascinating presentation you made to the Gaming Control Board. I mean, we don't often have somebody who sit in front and tell us about their various mental therapy treatments. In your case, you said, you quote, your psychiatrist is your helicopter.
Yeah.
And that just, okay, I cracked up laughing at that point. I was thinking maybe we all need one of those. And your whole background has been in robotics from a very young age, and battle bots, which again, another phrase that I'm not as very familiar with. Could you give us a little bit of color about what battle bots is? It's a TV show. You've done some TV. You do still do the TV show. Can you give us some quick background on that?
Yeah, we're actually going to shoot here in Vegas, 20 episodes coming up here starting in the end of April. It'll probably air in June, July when we get it all edited. And we're calling it the Pro Series, which is a new thing for us. And it's the best of the best. We're bringing some robots from all over the place to come and compete.
And they fight each other?
They fight each other? Yes.
Battle bots?
Yes.
And now, just as an angle, you probably don't want to answer this properly in front of this group, but can you bet on that?
Not
outcomes, no?
Not at this point. Maybe someday. But yeah, no, it's not something that we've done yet.
And where will you hold this championships and things, in the Silverton?
No, so we're part of the Caesars Group. We're right off Flamingo and Koval, right behind Paris and Horseshoe Hotels, and Caesars owns the property and they sell our tickets. And yeah, we're almost at our 700th show here in Vegas, which is pretty good. It is hands down one of the greatest shows in Vegas. We get so many people from other shows that show up, some of your famous people out there that have other shows that show up all the time, and they really love it, and they come again and again and again. And it's a great show. It's about education. It's about kids. It's about getting them inspired into building. Not the last winning season, but the last two previous seasons, female engineers have won, which is what, one of the greatest parts about BattleBots is we're all equal. Anybody can do it. It's a simple premise. It's survive, build something and survive. And there's not a lot of complicatedness behind it. I like to brag about Andrea Suarez, who built Witch Doctor. She started building as a very young girl in Florida. She went to an all-girls school taught by nuns. And the nuns fell in love, they still today fell in love with BattleBots and what it's all about. They loved, the girls were asking the right questions. They were asking, they were going to the math teacher saying, I want to build this robot, and how do I figure out the circumference of the top of this robot? And it made math make sense. And suddenly the teachers were going, I don't have to teach this equation anymore, right? They're coming to me, they're asking me, the equation. I talk about pi. You know what pi is? We all learned that, right? Do you know what it does? Have you ever used it? Well, if you're going to build a BattleBot, you need to use that equation. That is pi is your circle, your 3.14. It's how you calculate the size of your sprocket, how fast you want your robot to go. So you start using math, you start learning physics, you start learning it in a way that makes sense and something that you can use. And it just kind of clicks. It's hands-on learning, which is something we don't really have in schools and education. And it, it just makes it all make sense. And make it long story short, it makes all the little things in school, like, schools pit kids against each other. Who's going to get the A? Who's going to get the F? Right? You go and do a test. When they build a BattleBot in schools and education, they're learning how to work together, and they're learning how to work as a team. And that is something that just isn't taught. And when people get in the real world and they have to work, and they work for a company, and two people end up working for a company, they kind of go back to that old school relationship where they're not happy. They're pitting themselves against each other. And BattleBots actually teaches people and teams how to work as a team, how to sell themselves, how to deal with budgets for weight and money. There's just so much in it that, we didn't realize when we started the whole thing, but just makes all this stuff make sense. And hopefully we get
Very
kids into
fascinating.
engineering.
And your father is still very involved in the company?
He's not involved in BattleBot so much. I mean,
No.
he does support me, but he's.
Well, I
he's
mean, I don't
very-
know how much you could do. I mean, did you suggest that he's working like from 5 a.m.
He's
all day, every day?
He's 87 years old and still drives himself to work every day. He goes to work every single day. He's making
God bless
deals
him.
every single day. Some won't be done for 30 years from now. And I scratch my head looking at him saying, why? But he loves it. And his, the business, he loves real estate, and he'll never stop. He'll never quit. He just loves the whole game and of it all. Yeah.
Well, I have no hesitation supporting you today, but thank you for all of that information, and wish you luck with this BattleBots, because it sounds that it also is bringing something to the entire community, to the youngsters who need other things to focus on besides social media and whatever else it is, in my opinion. But thank you for being here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. It's fascinating to hear about this TV show with the robotics. It's survival robots. It's giving me like Westworld, Yul Brynner vibes. If you remember that. But anyway, I enjoyed listening to your presentation with your succession with your father and getting into gaming. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what the future holds for you. So thank you again for being here. I didn't have any other questions, just those comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Roski, thank you for being here. Had a quick question for you. I was surprised with all your involvement in robotics that you received your undergraduate degree in finance.
Yeah, well, Dad was paying
that
for
a dad
college.
question?
He said, "You're going to do real estate." I should have done engineering.
I was going to say, you seem more like a math or engineering fella.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. With respect to the scenic tours that were mentioned in your background, is that done through SkyTime?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
and how often do you do tours? I understand you're the only pilot, right, for the
Yes.
company?
Not so much lately. I still keep it kind of open. So if I'm up there, which I really haven't been much at all in the last couple of years, then I would do it because, like I mentioned, it is kind of my sanctuary. It's kind of my peace. I love flying. I suggest it to everybody to, it's just peaceful. It's one of these things that you can do that get away from it, and there's very little there's very little fear or anything to worry about.
Are they narrated type tours that you do?
I do. Yeah, I talk about it. We had a house up there for my whole life pretty much. And I know the area very well.
Beautiful up there.
Yeah. And if it's probably the most pretty place in the world to see from the air.
Do you have staff that are associated with, I know SkyTime isn't
No,
before us, but I
it's
was just
me.
curious, is it just you and,
Just me, and if I'm there, I do it
and you just book them if you happen to have time?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
at this point.
Yeah, I was just curious about that. I wasn't sure how business was, but it sounds like it's more of a,
I haven't done really a tour in probably over 2 years or.
yeah. So it's not much of a business. I mean, it's more.
I
of
get a lot
personal
of phone
pastime.
calls still.
Good.
So-
Well, I mean, I'm sure that, like I said, it's beautiful from the ground, so I can imagine it's even more so from the air.
Yeah.
Because it's
really
just so majestic.
Yeah.
I didn't have any questions. I mean, you seem, suited for the position. I appreciate your involvement with BattleBots and with the Bots IQ Foundation. I think it's important to include kids in, like you said, team activities, and also those that, expose them to the STEM subjects. And I love to see more women involved in that. So I love the fact that, some of your winners had female leadership in the bots. And I understand, I don't remember if it was in our material or in your presentation before the board, you said your first bot that you built beat a bigger bot. What is that a function of? What gives it strength?
The robot itself, it was a simple idea. And it was the driver, that was me. Back then, it was kind of at the beginning stages and nobody really knew what to do, and people really built to just kind of have fun and bring their art to the, world of robotics. And so it was maybe a little bit easier, although there was a really hard robot back then made by a company called Schilling Robotics that built arms for underwater submarines. And they built a robot called Thor that had a hydraulic smashing thing, and it was very, very violent. It would vaporize the concrete when it hit the concrete. It was that. But little Law Machine ended up beating it. It was 80 pounds, and they were 160 pounds. So we beat a robot twice our weight.
Are the designs that compete in these events that you put on? I mean, I understand a lot of it's for entertainment, but have you seen other applications that come from the robot designs?
The people, yes. The robots themselves, maybe a little bit, but the people actually end up getting great jobs. It's every single one of our contestants. Andrea ended up making robotic hands for people that lost their arms or and stuff. So every one of our people end up getting great jobs working in the engineering world, and it's quite. These people didn't realize they would become engineers. It wasn't something, engineering isn't something that comes, as necessarily a job. People want to be attorneys or doctors or something like that, and accountants, but engineering isn't something that pops up. It's something until they actually build something and they're happy with themselves and they feel the reward. That's another big part of BattleBots is the success of it is the reward of it is when you actually leave the red or blue square. It has nothing to do with winning the fight. You get that, people say, why did you climb a mountain? And you get this weird feeling when you get to the top of a mountain that you succeeded in this. And that success comes from just leaving the square. And you built this thing. It is now performing in front of you. And we need more of that in this world where we feel good about ourselves.
Yeah, and I can see how it would have, real life applications in terms of, robotic prosthetics and different things. So good on you. I will pass it on to my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano, Mr. Roski. Trey, when I saw it was the third, I figured out where that came from, but it took me a while. I wish I had a cool nickname. But, you do. Good on you. We're here is the Nevada Gaming Commission, and we're talking about robots, but it really is interesting for us to be able to chat about these things. So thank you for indulging, this digression. I'm the commissioner that doesn't live in Las Vegas, so I usually stay near the airport or South Strip, and looking out the window, I had a view of Koval and Flamingo right next to the Formula One paddock. There's like a parking lot, but those are your bots, if you will. I mean, there were, I don't know how many, but maybe, 100 of them, but just, doing acrobatics and formations. And I was just fascinated just looking at my hotel room.
Oh, that might have been the drone thing for the
okay, is that not you?
That's not us. No.
Okay, well, I've been hearing about, the battle bots. I saw no battle, but that's not you. Who does that?
I'm not sure that name of that company that was doing that.
But your neighbors?
Well, they're
or maybe they were just using that
they're
parking area.
part-time. Yeah, I don't think they're there all the
okay.
time.
Well, sorry for that. Well, then I look forward to just watching your show. But the other one was fascinating too, and I got it for free. Just looking out the window. Gaming responsibilities. You were very humble. You're a Renaissance man. I think you know a lot about a lot of different things, and it was fascinating listening to you. But you were very humble. So I think getting into the property and more knowledge, you'll tackle it, exceedingly well. But I do have, as you get into the rhythm and taking all these responsibilities as part of your family's planning and moving forward. You say you commute to California, and it was implied it was like Southern California, but you have a home in Sebastopol. So where do you go when you're not here?
So my life lately has been between LA, Los Angeles, living with my dad for a few days a week, and then here in Vegas. The Sebastopol house I did see recently, but I haven't been there probably, much.
Okay, but it's listed your secondary prime, you have two primary residences.
My primary residence is
in Sebastopol, but you have been commuting, and you say you fly yourself?
I do,
so
yeah.
Takes
about an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on the wind. So
good on you.
Yeah.
Let's see if I have any other things in my notes. No, and I've never, you lived in a Hyatt for 3 years. I assume you're elite platinum, all those good things.
Some of my best friends now.
But how do you envision incorporating more Las Vegas time as you take more gaming responsibilities going forward?
I probably, wouldn't be as much in LA without spending time with Dad and Majestic and all that. But I'm kind of doing multiple things with the real estate and the casino at whichever place I'm at.
Okay. Could you actually talk about your role as treasurer and secretary at the property?
Right now, it's kind of just overseeing things, approving things, budgets. We're redoing the high roller area now, and redoing the old buffet. So it's trying to figure out that and the budgets around it. We just redid all of the rooms at the hotel and just fixed up, the casino. The casino's beautiful. I don't know if you've been there in a while, but it's a very beautiful property, really well kept. So it's kind of just, following that role of trying to see how that all works. I'm kind of learning. I'm on most of the meetings that end up happening weekly, regarding hotel sales and how all that's going. And I'm kind of just listening and learning more. I ask a lot of questions afterwards to the various people, but
I'm sure you ask a lot of questions.
Ask a lot of questions.
We're curious, man. Our theme always and forever is AML and compliance and doing those things. Could you talk about your role? Especially if you were in a treasurer hat on compliance issues, on AML issues, and how you engage or how you will develop that engagement going forward.
Well, to clarify that, he's really not an officer of Silverton Casino, LLC. He's secretary treasurer of Majestic Nevada Inc., not of the Silverton. So his role really is acting as the intermediary between his father and the property, providing information to his father about what's going on there, providing direction from his father to the property. He's really kind of in between acting that. He's in meetings, observing things at Silverton, but he's not in an active role in management whatsoever at the Silverton at all.
I know it's a title, not an operational, but you're still tone at the top. Your dad's the top, and you're his emissary to the property. So I asked the same question. What is your role and view for AML and engagement, if it's something you actually do? I mean, the answer may be because you're not a corporate officer or in that sense for the casino property. I mean, could you describe your role in those matters?
There's a lot to it. So and there's a lot to learn, and I'm pretty much just learning what's going on. I'm still in that kind of listening and learning stage. I'm not really inputting. Everybody is coming to me, asking me, to get answers for them. And I kind of take that to Dad, and I get the answers, and we make decisions and kind of tell them what's going on a day-to-day basis. But I'm not actively, other than listening and learning, I'm not actively making, any.
Good. Well, I say this incredibly respectfully. I mean, you have an application of suitability as an officer. And so, I appreciate the learning curve, but you have responsibilities with what we're doing today. And I just want to, make sure we all have open eyes and that you use those incredibly skilled and vast, wide skills that you have, as you fulfill your responsibilities and perform that role. So kind of absolutely delighted to support your application today. Thank you for indulging.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. I appreciate you being here to talk to us today, and would ask my colleagues if any of you have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whoops. Like, what number are we on? 8. Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. At this time, we're going to take a short restroom break, and it is 11:30. If we could come back at 11:37. 37. 38. Okay, 38 for Commissioner Krolicki. Thank you.
want to be a bride.
Okay. Thank you. We're back on the record, reconvened. And I would ask Madam Secretary to please read in the next agenda item, non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Boris Itkis for finding of suitability as a trustee at Yuri Itkis Gaming Trust, 1993. It is also the application of Anna Itkis for licensure as an officer at Fortunet Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliani, Commissioners. I'm Greg Gimignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, here representing Boris Itkis in his application to be a trustee of the Yuri Itkis Gaming Trust, and Anna Itkis in her application as an officer of Fortunet. The trust actually owns 100% of the shares of Fortunet Inc., a licensed manufacturer, distributor, and mobile gaming systems operator. Boris has been with the company for 35 years. He's currently licensed as the president, secretary, treasurer, chief technical officer, and he's also licensed as a director of Fortunet. As you may know, he was here last August, and he received a temporary approval to act as a trustee for the trust, and we're back for the permanent approval. I'm also here with Mrs. Anna Itkis, who's applying for approval as an officer of Fortunet. Mrs. Itkis has been with Fortunet for almost 2 decades, and prior to that, she worked for Station Casinos as an auditor. Mrs. Itkis has an accounting and business degree from Cal State. She also studied business management at Brantford University in the United Kingdom. And Mrs. Itkis has a long history of services to Fortunet as an integral part of the ongoing success of the company. We believe her prior experience, her education, and her experience with Station Casinos and longtime involvement in Fortunet makes her highly qualified. We do not have an affirmative presentation, but are happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good morning. I will, at this time, ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. I will start with Commissioner Krolicki, who's actually making eye contact with me.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Council, and to the, how do I say it?
Itkis. Just how it is.
Sorry, but we continue our International Day. We have Tbilisi, Georgia, and Kiev, Ukraine. We really are a global gaming spot. It was a pleasure meeting you last year when you were before the commission, and very nice to meet Anna today. You've done it well. The Gaming Control Board, I thought, was very thorough, yet again on this conversation. So, you both have been doing it, are eminently qualified to continue doing what you've been doing, and I'm delighted to support your applications today.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I didn't have anything further. It looks like the reason we issued the limited license was to give the investigators an opportunity to finish your full investigation, and I don't see anything in there that concerns me. You have a good background. I mean, you're both have qualified and are qualified and have been running the businesses, so I don't have anything further, and I'm happy to support your application.
Commissioners Silver, Marcantonis.
I was very satisfied with the presentation at the Gaming Control Board. When you talked about your employees, you have, did I recollect 35 in Nevada perhaps? And like 40 or so elsewhere, but
we have 35 in Nevada and 43 total spread out throughout the United States and 1 in Canada.
Oh, okay. So the rest are spread out across the United States, and
that's correct.
That must be somewhat difficult. I wonder if you elaborate to control people who are so spread out.
For the most part, our employees are service people who go out to various locations and provide regular service. So it's a routine, scheduling. So it's self-run pretty much. We
So
just,
it doesn't require you to have to travel? all
no,
around
it does not require us to travel. They're spaced out throughout United States, continental United States, so they can provide timely service to our locations outside of Nevada.
Okay, well, that's good. And 55 years of experience between the two of you, I have no hesitation in supporting your application today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the presentation was very thorough at the board. And, you know, you having your accounting degree and working for stations as an internal auditor, you're obviously qualified to do this. And I'm happy to support your application, as well as you were on a 2-year limited just because of the timing, unfortunately, with your family members. And so I'm wishing you best of luck for your family business.
Thank you very
You should
much.
be really proud of everything you've done.
I also don't have anything additional to add. We do, you know, we appreciate that this can seem tedious to be here twice and to go through all of this, but that's our system, and it's, you know, it's served this state very well for a very long time and put us on the forefront. And so, but I am also satisfied, as well as my colleagues, and support your applications. So thank you for being here. And at this time, I would ask one of them if they have a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Discussion, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. both of
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read into the record our next item, non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications by John Grant Lincoln and Charles Danner Skinner to pledge their membership interest in Strategic Gaming Management LLC to Wilmington Savings Fund Society, FSB, as administrative agent in conjunction with credit, security, and pledge agreements. It is also the applications of Strategic Gaming Management LLC and Strategic Management LLC doing business as Baldini Sports Casino to add or remove a condition. Lastly, you have the applications of Christopher Gump for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Strategic Gaming Management. I'm pinch hitting for my fellow shareholder, Mike Bonner, who had a conflict, so I'm stepping in. To my right is the CFO, Matt Flandermeyer, who also appeared at the board for this item. We do appreciate the waivers of appearance for Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Skinner, and also the indulgence for Mr. Gump to appear via video from the Carson City offices. I see him there. There's 2 components to this. One component with Mr. Gump is just he's already on the Baldini's license, and his component is to add him as a key employee for the Big Wheel in Battle Mountain and also the Big Wheel in Lovelock as a key employee. The other component of this is a pledge of membership interest related to a purchase of the Sunland Park facility in New Mexico, which is close to El Paso, and it's a standard pledge agreement that has the language of if the certificates are certificated, they must be in the state of Nevada. And with that, we would open it up to any questions.
Okay, well, I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McGinnis, Mr. Flandermeyer, Mr. Gump, appreciate you being here. Appreciated the conversation you had with the Gaming Control Board, thorough, the transfer, I think it was from PIMCO originally, and this all is compelling and makes sense. I would like, I think it was Mr. Gump who mentioned that you all envision a strong 2026. You're always, Gaming Control Board does a good job asking how you see business and going forward. But could you elaborate on that a little bit, and specifically, in the Sparks, Lovelock, and Battle Mountain markets, please?
Sure. Thanks for having us today. We just in our local market up here, and especially in our smaller communities, it feels like the economy is slowing down a little bit. Prices are high, rent is high, but we are staying steady, like even hopefully even growing a little bit this year. So we kind of feel like that's a pretty big win. We know that especially our guests, we at Baldini's, we cater to a very local market. We're kind of in an industrial area in Sparks, on the Rock in Glendale, just off I-80. And then in the smaller communities of Lovelock and Battle Mountain, it can be tough for people to have extra money in their pockets to go out and enjoy themselves and find some entertainment and maybe have a good time. And we're happy that we can provide an experience for them where they still want to come out and do that. So so far this year it looks good, and I don't see any problems headed for the rest of the year, I hope.
In rural Nevada, so in Battle Mountain and Lovelock certainly qualify as rural Nevada. These properties really do act as staging area, community gathering, any event for any school or something is often held on these properties. So, it's just that integration is always important. And what you do is you provide more than the business and the commerce opportunity. It's really a rhythm of life to some of these remote locations, not remote, but just rural Nevada. So thank you for what you do. The application is straightforward. Good on you for doing it. And thank you for answering the question about business going forward. And I'm delighted to support the application today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I didn't have anything further. I was satisfied with the materials that we were provided. That answered any questions I had, and this just makes sense. So thank you for being here, though.
Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis.
Mr. Gump, you alluded in your presentation, I think, to some renovations that you're contemplating, and are you able to elaborate a little bit on that?
Renovations now.
But then I misheard them because I thought that I had heard. But otherwise, I have no problem in supporting the application. I definitely will. And that was the only thought that I had wanted to know a bit more about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very straightforward, security agreement, and I'm excited for this, for your opportunity for Sunland Horse Racing. I guess I have no concerns at all, and we'll approve it. I just thought it was interesting that they would change the name to Baldini's from Rod's Shy Clown Casino. I thought, who wouldn't want to gamble at Rod's Shy Casino? Shy Clown Casino, right? Like, why would you change it from the Clown Casino?
Yeah, no, it was a very famous spot. It went from, they changed the name when the Baldwins took majority ownership. So it was a partnership. I can't remember Rodney's last name, but when the Baldwins came in, they changed it to Baldini's, and then when Strategic Gaming took it, bought it from the Baldwins, we remained Baldini's.
I just was wondering why there wasn't a Rod's outgoing Clown Casino. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm fully in support of your application. Thanks.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. Appreciate you being here in Carson and here in Las Vegas to answer our questions and to give us the opportunity to see and meet you. And at this time, I would ask if any of my colleagues have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 14.
Non-restricted number 14 are the applications of Michael Gahn III for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, manager, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Clarity Game Nevada, which owns Stockman's Casino in Fallon, Nevada. To my right is Mike Gahn III. About a year ago, just for background, also in the audience is David Ross, who's also a principal of Clarity Game Nevada. It was a matter of background. About a year ago, in March of 2025, Clarity Game was approved by the commission to acquire Stockman's Casino from Full House Resorts, and they accomplished the sale at that time. As part of that licensing, Mr. Gahn was given a one-year limited license because he had last been licensed and gone through a full investigation well over 10 years ago. So it was an opportunity to sort of for the board to allow the transaction to close with Mr. Gahn applying to go through for a full approval, and that's why he's here today. During the course of that investigation, he and his wife did suffer a hack into their system, and that was discussed at the board, which delayed responsiveness of Mr. Gahn to the agents, which should not have happened. We would acknowledge that, and we did discuss that at the board at some length. But I believe Mr. Gahn also wants to make a statement to the commission so he can get it on the record with you all at this hearing, so we could get his viewpoints on this clearly stated.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to address the issue of the timeliness of my responses to the document request during my investigation. I would like to thank the Nevada Gaming Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission for granting me the limited license that allowed me to participate in the daily management of Stockman's Casino when we assumed operations in April of 2025, while my investigation was being completed. I understand this was a special allowance, and I appreciate the Commission's consideration. I'd also like to thank Agent Simpson with the Gaming Board for her patience, professionalism while working with me during the investigative process. When I began compiling the request materials, I realized that a significant additional amount of information was required from me since my last licensing, particularly because my financial situation had changed considerably since the last time I completed this type of investigation in 2011. Unfortunately, during this process, my wife and I experienced a cyber fraud security breach involving our personal banking accounts. Our home phone was ported out and used as a second authorization. We were able to stop a $40,000 wire transfer before it was completed. And so we had to shut down all of our online access and banking and accounts to try to secure everything. While necessary, these steps made it difficult for me to access and retrieve certain financial records and statements that were requested for the investigation. It took some time to secure the accounts and obtain replacement records from the banks, and many of the documents that we received were not easily organized by date or account. I recognize that this created delays in providing the requested materials to the Gaming Control Board. I fully understand the importance of providing timely and complete information to the board and its agents, and I take responsibility for my actions with the delay. I want to apologize to Agent Simpson and to the Nevada Gaming Control Board for those delays. I'm embarrassed by the delay, and it was never my intention to slow the investigative process. I appreciate the work of Nevada Gaming Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission to maintain the integrity of gaming in Nevada, and I'm committed to upholding those standards. I am grateful for your patience during this situation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding my application or Stockman's Casino or any part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask my colleague who would like to start. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gahn, Mr. McGinnis. I appreciate your presentation, and you're saying some of the right things. And I'm glad that you appreciate that doing the expedited licensing about a year ago was an accommodation. Obviously, we appreciated your company stepping up to do this quickly in order to keep the employees working. But with that comes a responsibility on you, and you didn't live up to that responsibility. I'm a little troubled that there still seems to be some deflection I appreciate that there was a bank hack and that, that takes time, having been through it on a maybe smaller level myself. I realize that takes some time, but that doesn't tie your hands. And as early as October of 2025, when you had not responded to numerous previous requests by the board, when you advised them of the hack, the board expressed their sympathy with the situation, but they made sure to point out that there were documents unrelated to the bank accounts that could be provided, and still it took months. And that's not acceptable, especially when you're expecting a 1-year turnaround because your license was going to expire. So, the fact that you're still pointing only to the hack as a reason is troubling to me, because that's not acceptance of responsibility. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I do hope that you understand the severity of the situation, and that, the board does a lot of really good work with not the best of resources sometimes, and on timelines that are sometimes unreasonable by normal standards. But it's important to us that we accommodate the licensees, because, we want to make sure that citizens in Nevada have the ability to continue work, that there's no disruption in that. And, I know you appreciate that. I mean, you've been in this business a long time, your family's been in the business a long time, and they have an exemplary record otherwise. So, I don't have any questions, but I did want to just echo the concern that was expressed at the board and point out that I don't believe it was all the hack, and that there's more to it. And I wish you had at least accepted responsibility for that.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver?
Mr. Guam, thank you for being here. And I think your first licensing was somewhere around 1990. Is that roughly right? So 3 decades. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that in the industry, you have always been extremely well respected as a thoughtful, pragmatic operator, coming from a very long family line that has been so critical in supporting us, the gaming industry in Nevada. Obviously, part of the commitment we have, as the Gaming Control Board also has, was creating precedents and not to be seen as ever straying from the parameters of how we make decisions. But nonetheless, I think that you have made a very sincere acceptance of responsibility today and prior to that with the Gaming Control Board. And I'm cognizant of your positive contributions. Perhaps you had some bad luck. Well, not perhaps, because that is bad luck, to be hacked and to have to deal with that. I wouldn't even imagine where somebody starts when you've got that happen to you in the middle of a Gaming Control Board licensing process, having been through 3 of those and even internationally, and realizing I don't know how I would have found anything. But nonetheless, it's not meant to be forgiving. I accept, as I said, the sincerity of the apology, and I don't think there was any willful negligence or attempt to avoid our processes. So I will be supporting you today, but please, going forward, as an example to the generations that come after you and so on, be aware. Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Well, the area of concern was obviously discussed at length in both the board and now here. So I just would, nevertheless, I'll move forward and just say, your family is, legendary here in Nevada, as well as you. And, you've been found suitable over 11 times. We've been licensed here. Had this not occurred, you would have been on our consent agenda and you wouldn't have even seen us. So, going forward, just keep that in mind. This might be your last time you ever have to be in front of us if you get all that stuff over there quickly, because you've been licensed so many times. So again, thank you for everything your family does for all the employees that you employ here in Nevada. And I'm supporting your application, so thanks.
Commissioner Korlicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. McGinnis, Mr. Gahn, and Mr. Ross sitting in the back with a big smile, as he always wears. we as a commission don't know what we're going to have on a monthly agenda until that month. I was just candidly aghast at learning, the trials and tribulations over the past year, Mr. Gahn, of trying to get information from you. And, again, in totality, your family has been extraordinary in the gaming industry. So, I mean, it's, legendary. I mean, and those are your genes and bones that you have, and it's a testament to so many things. So I think I'm quoting the chairman of the gaming board was, you of all people know that you've got to be responsive and transparent and communicative. And, it's no fun to be in the woodshed, but oh my goodness, that was a pretty hefty, exercise earlier this month and conversations with you about, your lack of communication to the gaming control board. And again, I don't want to just climb on and do more, but if it were not for the totality of your family's engagement and your own, again, licensed 13 times, if I'm correct, this might be a very, very, very different conversation. And I appreciate the excuse. Many of us have been, right there with you, but not to pick up a phone and say, hey, I got hacked and I'm having difficulty. I mean, there really is zero reason not to have been communicative. I'm sorry about the irritations, all those, cyber invasion and hacking do, but that's zero excuse. Maybe to produce information, but not to be communicating to Agent Simpson and whomever was chasing you down. So, to you and through the gaming community and licensees, I hope it's really clear that it is unacceptable not to be in communication and, best efforts and all of those things and being transparent. So I'm going to support the application today and proud to do it from the gaming side and what it means. And I can't wait for Steakhouse to be open again at Stockman's and Fallon. I've been waiting a long time. That was an oasis on my long drive on Highway 50 through Nevada. But it's, oh my goodness, I know there's contrition now, but I just can't fathom why we even got into this pickle and why the chair and the gaming control board had to do what they had to do earlier this month. So, I'm not going to say enough said because it can't be said enough, but I hope you and through you to the gaming licensees out there, you must cooperate. That's part of the package. That's part of the deal. It's a privilege, not a right. All the speech you've heard before. But please, never again, because if you've been licensed 14 times, you're going to probably be here again. I know this will never happen again, but please, never again. All right. So that's my speech. Support the application, but there's a lesson here for not just you, but for everyone on how they deal with the gaming control board. And I think it's been learned. But again, Mr. Gahn, you and your family have been extraordinary to the state, and you employ, thousands of people and have produced so many, support so many families. So those, again, it's in that totality that I'm reading this application today. So again, I'm supportive. God bless you. Good luck. But please, never again. No more woodshedding. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I just say again, I apologize to the gaming board and of course the gaming commission here. If my one learning thing is, if this I'm ever in front of again, is I'm going to start sending information as soon as I have it. I thought I could just put one large package together and deliver it, and that doesn't work for me. So I think that's my big learning, and I'm collecting these documents. So if I'm ever in front of you again, that I'm not trying to copy and print and save and do all these things.
I look forward to the next application being on the consent calendar.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
to the
thank you.
channel, Commissioner Silver.
Well, I appreciate your comments and your position today. I don't have anything to add. I'm not going to pile on what's already been made very clear to you that you clearly understand. So at this time, I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Madam Chair, oh, I did it again. What number is this?
Number
Sorry.
14.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted number 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 15?
Non-restricted number 15 are the applications of Carlos Castro for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, key executive, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Well, good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Resorts World Las Vegas. Here with me today is the applicant, Carlos Castro. We know that there has been a robust record over the past couple of months that has been created regarding Resorts World. And of course, at the board meeting, there was discussion with the board members regarding Mr. Castro. But nevertheless, he'd like to provide for you a brief overview of his background and talk with you about his duties at Resorts World.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Again, thank you for the opportunity. Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you. I'll go through my background fairly quickly and then open it up for any questions. I proudly graduated from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in 1992. At that time, I took a position with a boutique consulting firm called Hospitality Evaluation Services in New York. I spent about 6 months there before moving to the San Francisco office, where I spent about 5 years. After that, I was recruited by Hilton Hotels Corporation when they were headquartered in Beverly Hills. And so I moved from San Francisco down to Beverly Hills to start a career in corporate finance with that organization in corporate finance, mergers and acquisitions, divestitures, and a lot of interesting things at that time. At the time, about 2 years into my tenure in Los Angeles, the company split into they kept non-gaming with Hilton and they created Park Place Entertainment. At that time, I was asked to move to Las Vegas and join the gaming company, which I did, and started my career there in Las Vegas with Park Place Entertainment in 1999. Was with Caesars Entertainment, well, it was Park Place, and then we became Caesars Entertainment. And that was a wonderful time in my career. At some point, they decided to merge with Harrah's Entertainment. And at that time, I decided to seek other opportunities. And that is when I joined the Mandalay Bay as the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. That was approximately 21 years ago. And I spent 10 years with Mandalay Bay, spent a year at corporate MGM in planning and analysis, and then was tapped on the shoulder to go to ARIA, which I spent about 6 years at ARIA. And then in 2019, I was part of a buyout program for senior executives. And at that point in my life, I decided to go ahead and take that deal. And I went into an extended hiatus and retirement for 6 years. And a year ago, almost a year to the day, I decided to come back, and I've been with Resorts World for a year as President and Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Castro, for being here. To think that it's 22 years, 25 years since we crossed paths. And I am so proud and honored to see the progress you've made since at that time. I was on the way out and you were coming in, and that's great. And your background has been amazing. I think the fact that you have been with Resorts World has resulted in, alongside all the other initiatives that you will implement, it's been a great blessing for the city and for our industry. I can tell you that your reputation is amazing and just what that property needed at this sort of time, and with the team that you've put together. mean, that whole team, including, obviously, we've talked about the board over and over, but it starts with you. I just wanted to ask a few questions with regards to operational, simple. Does the property still operate on this cashless slot system, or how does that work with people are playing slot machines? Do they still have to go to get special cards or?
Well, we're phasing out of our cashless system. So the cashless wagering system, we're
Yes.
phasing out of, and we're going to reevaluate that going forward. But so it's basically the traditional model where you insert cash into the machine and begin your gaming journey.
Excuse me, just to say, thank goodness. Well, when it opened, I went into the casino just to try and have dinner and try and put a $20 note or something on the way out. This is whenever it was, 10 years ago. And it wouldn't take the money. And then someone told me, no, you can't put money. You need to go down to that booth, which is where it was, halfway across the casino. And I thought to myself, these guys think they're going to make it like this. So congratulations, good thinking. We've talked over and over about casino marketing across the city. And I know that you've heard it and you've expressed it too, that AML, as you've already heard, and how our casino marketing executives go about doing their jobs and the supervision they receive is critical. And as I said, I know that you're fully aware of that. One last thing, you mentioned that you will also be the Resorts World is going to be part of the convention center loop. Is that with the Boring Company?
That's correct.
And
we are currently.
How does that work for you? I mean, is it, I realize you're just going publicly with, that's not really working or whatever, but is there a frequency movement with the public? How consumers accepting it? I'm curious.
No, it's fantastic. So it connects our building with a station, a subterranean station, directly with the convention center. So the revamped, renovated convention center space drops off. Right now, it's currently just one way. And so we're working with the Boring Tunnel right now to make it a two-way connection and then add another couple stops on the property.
And some of the properties have had to have the stations underground and access into the property. Is yours in the exterior?
Underground.
It's underground.
Yep. Escalators come back up, put you right into the district. So the accessibility is phenomenal. The experience is great. It's very efficient. And on heavy convention days, we benefit. It's about 2 minutes from the convention center to our district, and then you're into our restaurants.
Wow. I want to go and take a look. Well, that's very interesting. Well, I have no hesitation in supporting your application today. Good luck in your role and a very wise decision by the Resorts World organization to have you there. Thank you, Mr. Castro. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it was so in-depth, your presentation with the board. Chair Dreitzer and Member Sendall and Member Assad asked every question I had already written down from my reading material. So I just want to say, your experience, work ethic, your integrity make you eminently qualified, and I'm happy to support your application.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, thank you.
Commissioners Solis Rainey or Krolicki?
Ms. Okerberg and Mr. Castro, we're not really acquainted, but I feel like I know you after all of the conversations from this past year. Your name is dropped multiple times in a marvelous way. I think every meeting, and certainly watching you in front of the gaming control board. I must say, though, running with the Bulls does perhaps make me question your judgment in
multiple times too.
But yeah, boring has another meaning too. Just remember that, and hopefully that one direction currently brings people to the property, not away. Just like all those people movers. Now, every team needs that last piece of the puzzle, and you're the guy, and there's a lot of weight that goes along with that. Again, you're coming to us for licensing. It's been discussed for a long time during a very difficult time. You're the right guy at a tough moment. And, everything I've heard, everything you've represented, the things, the chatter, the resorts world is extraordinary. I believe fortunate to have you. I'll make that leap of faith here, fully supportive of your application today. And I'm really excited. And I think you talked about it in front of the Gaming Control Board that, you got to change the message. We've been stuck in this yucky stuff, and we need to talk about the future and going forward, and development and revenues and success and that part of the strip, and all of those kind of things. It is exciting, the opportunities that your property has, and the area around it are unique and profound. And again, you're just a correct person, if not the correct person at this moment in time. I wish I could have listened to Mr. Murren's conversation with you, talking you out of retirement. That's when you want to be a fly on the wall. But again, I haven't asked you a question yet. And I don't know that I am, but I just want to say thank you. Thrilled to support your application. I do think this is one of those key pieces that the dream team needed still to really put it all together on a day-to-day basis. Good for you for staying in communication with Chairman Sandoval, President Sandoval, Governor Sandoval, whatever term, Judge Sandoval that we're going to use today. But you've got all the pieces in place, and I think you personify that. I'm using that analogy too many times, but I'm thrilled to watch the property and the things that you'll do together, and the people you'll take care of, and the guests you'll entertain, and the culture of compliance and AML. And you've talked a lot about that already with the Gaming Control Board, and good on you. So I support. I did that all without asking you one question.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Castro, thank you for being here. I echo the comments of my colleagues. I won't be as long, but the sentiment is still the same. I feel like we know you because we've heard so many good things about you. I want to congratulate the company, not only on the great compilation of people they brought onto the board, but also the property management people they brought on. I think, you're a perfect person coming fresh out of maybe getting a second wind after 6 years off, and, to kind of breathe some light and have that set the expectations at the highest level. And, Jennifer Roberts is incredible. I started private practice with her many moons ago. And I look forward to all that you're going to accomplish. I did have just one follow-up question. With respect to the slots, you said you're going back to traditional. Does that mean it's a ticket in, ticket out system, or?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not actually dropping coin.
No.
You didn't go far back,
We're not going to go that retro.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to make sure. I didn't have any other questions. I'm excited. It's a beautiful property, and I think you have some good things ahead of you. So I'm happy to support your application, and look forward to see all you do.
I don't have anything to add. One of the, I don't know, the benefit or the curse of going last is that a lot of things have already been said. But I do appreciate you being here today, and, getting the opportunity to meet with you. And I echo all my colleagues' comments, and I'm going to ask if one of them has a motion.
Go ahead. Ready?
Yes. Oh, you want me? Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 15 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
I was remiss in not thanking senior agents and the supervising agents on my case. Thank you very much. Thank the commission, thank the board. This is an integral process for our industry, and everything I have is because of this industry. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
Madam
Go Rebels.
Compliance over commerce.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 16.
Non-restricted number 16 are the applications of Excel Entertainment Inc. for amendment to order of registration and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Excel Entertainment LLC and Century Gaming Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Excel Entertainment. Here with me today via Zoom, we have Christy Kozlik and Derek Harmer. We thank you, Chair Tagliati, for allowing them to appear via Zoom. It allowed for a non-interruption during spring break, so that is very much appreciated for time with their children. We are before you today in connection with applications for pledge approvals that are related to a simple corporate refinancing. We provided a little more detail at the board meeting, but what we'd like to do is provide just an abbreviated overview of the financing and an update on the company from Ms. Kozlik, if that's acceptable.
Thank you. Turn his camera on.
Also, I believe Christy is not connected unless she's with Derek. Derek, it looks like your camera is not on. Could you turn that on?
Yeah, it should be. Ooh. There we go.
There you are.
We can see you now.
Thank you. And
Good
then
afternoon. Sorry for the delay.
no worries. And we don't have,
I am calling her right now.
maybe. People with a lot of time on their hands. Okay, we're good. We should have.
All right. Christy, are you there?
Hi.
We can see you now.
Oh, we just don't have sound. Okay, let's try. All right, we have Mr. Harmer's sound, so now we just need to check.
Yes. I am on.
Okay. Do we have her or no? I think I hear her. If I can call you Christy, can you speak up? Not hearing anything. Okay, well, let's do what we can. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Hi.
Well,
Turn off her video. It's a bandwidth issue.
beauty of technology.
We can hear you, Christy.
Can you guys hear my sound now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Kozlik, I'm not sure if you heard, but we
sorry
gave
about
the
this.
introductory remarks. And so I will
Can you
turn
hear
it
me?
over to you to share about the financing and then to talk a little bit about the update on the company.
Yes.
So we can hear you and we can see you. So when you're ready. I think she's got some internet issues.
Yes, now we can.
How about this? I'm going to take the suggestion of Commissioner Krolicki that you take your video off And let's see if that helps the audio. Because your internet is, we're seeing red lines, intermittence.
Perfect. Okay, so I will, okay if I go with my prepared remarks?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, hello. Hello, Commissioners and Chair Togliatti. I am Christy Kozlik. I wanted to give you a brief update on the credit facility that we just entered into. In September of 2025, we entered into a new credit facility, which included $600 million of a term loan and $300 million of a revolver. This was to strengthen our balance sheet, enhance liquidity, lower our costs of capital, support disciplined growth, all while extending our maturities to 2030. And now I'd just like to provide a brief update on Excel's finances. We reported record fourth quarter 2025 results, including a 7.5% increase in revenue and an 18.9% increase in adjusted EBITDA compared to the fourth quarter of 2024. Our full year 2025 revenue increased by 8.1%, and our net income increased by 45.3% from 2024. Additionally, our adjusted EBITDA increased 11.1% compared to year-end 2024. We had cash and cash equivalents of $297 million and net debt of approximately $311 million as of December 31st, 2025, reflecting our continued strong financial position. As the company generally, Excel delivered a strong finish to 2025. We are excited by and closely monitoring developments in Chicago following the public announcement regarding the introduction of video gaming terminals in licensed establishments. And at Fairmont Park Casino and Racing, we completed our first full racing season and ramped up our casino operations following the April 2025 opening. In Nevada, terminal gaming machines count increased by 13% year over year for the fourth quarter of 2025, supported by recent strategic accretive route expansion, including our acquisition of Dynasty Games. And during the quarter, we also entered into a new route partnership with Rebel Convenience Stores, which added 55 locations and 424 gaming machines across Southern Nevada, starting in January of this year. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Who would like to start? Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Hi, can you hear us?
And I can't hear if you're asking questions, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, let me ask Ms. Okerberg, and we'll see if we can wrestle through this. Just a question of the original.
I can hear you now, sorry.
So with the original, well, this debt is replacing the original debt incurred during the time of the SPAC. Is that correct?
So we'd actually had a different credit facility that we had updated back in 2019, and then we actually had to refinance it a couple of times in 2021. But yes, this is actually replacing it as a new credit facility, replacing the original one.
Okay, so the leverage in your debt remains the same. You've just gotten better terms, and understandably so.
Yes, the interest rates were much more favorable this time around. So yes, we got better terms. We also then basically replaced our old term loan with this new one for the $600 million. And then our revolver was at $150 million previously, and we doubled that to the $300 million.
Okay, and again, I know that it's just great balance sheet management and being nimble and quick and flexible. So, all good on that. Changing the subject a little bit, can you talk about, how you avoid the gray market areas? There was a little bit of a conversation in the Gaming Control Board meeting, but I've just had conversations and some other hats I wear with the international gaming regulators. But gray markets is a big topic of conversation. But could you address how you avoid those difficult situations that make regulators unhappy?
Absolutely.
Christy, I can take that.
You want me to start and you can take it, Derek, then?
Sure, I'll jump in if you don't mind, unless Commissioner Kurlik would like you to answer it.
That's an unfair question to me. Well, you see meager, so we'll see how you do, and she can back you up if you don't hit every base.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you, Commissioner Kurlicki, Chair Tagliati, and members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to appear via Zoom today. I appreciate that. And now, also to your question, Commissioner, the company's is set up to have any market that the company is going to enter into approved by both its compliance committee and its board of directors. And so prior to going into a new market, we make sure that it is legal. We make sure that it is properly regulated by a state agency, for example, like Nebraska, being regulated by the Department of Revenue, the state of Georgia being regulated by the Georgia Lottery Commission. And so we'll hire competent counsel in that jurisdiction to opine as to the legality and the regulatory structure in that market. We'll run that through our compliance committee, make sure that we are all on side as far as alignment, business opportunity versus risk of regulatory, any regulatory risks that may be out there that we need to be discussing. That compliance committee review would then be passed up to our board of directors. Our board of directors would then rely on that compliance committee review of the materials, in addition to any discussion we might have at a board meeting with them, to ensure that we are not entering into markets that are not legal and regulated and fit within our compliance program.
And the entire board addresses that issue, or does it go off to audit committee, or how do you do that at the board level?
So it would go up through NomGov. Our compliance committee routes to our NomGov committee, and then our NomGov committee would then give a readout to the board that a recommendation was made by the committee, and that the board members at the full board level can ask questions before a resolution is passed.
And who helps prepare that presentation to the board? Do you have outside counsel or others who affirm that recommendation to the board?
We could, in certain instances, we might have regulatory counsel for that jurisdiction appear before the compliance committee, provide their testimony, provide their support in the form of written opinion. Those materials are then reviewed by the committee. The committee's materials are then reviewed by the nominating and governance committee, and then also made available to the board as well. So it could be any combination of those. Witness testimony on behalf of the attorney involved in that jurisdiction, myself, our committee chair. It's a pretty involved process.
Excellent. So did he hit all the bases he should have covered?
Yes, he did a very good job.
Well, thank you, Christy.
So thank you for sharing that. And again, this is, I believe, informative to not only your company, but to others. This is a big deal. Folks are watching. It's been a big problem. It continues to be, and you're on that edge of, you touch these markets and operators first. And so thank you for having, your own, I'll call them best practices in how you evaluate and then make sure you avoid those situations. And then just one final question. And it just wasn't clear to me, but you'll have a new CEO coming on board in August. And that is, I had a first name, Mark, but what's his name?
Mark Phelan. So Mr. Phelan has been with the company for 7 years. He's held a number of roles with the organization: chief of staff, chief revenue officer, currently holds the role of chief operating officer. Mr. Rubenstein has been our visionary and leader for 17 years, is moving up to the chairman of the board position. Our current chairman, Mr. Peterson, who you know, Mr. Commissioner Kurlicki, will be moving into the role of lead independent director. And this is part of an orderly succession plan the company's been working on for a while, for Mr. Rubenstein to continue to be a visionary and strategic advisor to the organization, help us build shareholder value while turning over the reins to someone else for the day-to-day.
Excellent. So no, I'm comfortable. I'm very supportive, and thank you for putting that all on the record, and excited to watch your continued growth and prosperity and making the markets move. Cheers. Good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I didn't have anything. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
Nothing further.
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you both for being here today during spring break. At this time, we don't have any additional, the thing is, spring break is different everywhere, even here. So
thank you so much for letting me do Zoom. I apologize for the technical difficulties at the beginning, but very much appreciate you letting us do it remotely.
Thank you for being here. So at this time, is there any of my colleagues that have a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 16 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ms.
commissioners.
Oka. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Non-restricted number 18 is the application of Kennedy Putman for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me today is Mrs. Kennedy Putman, who is the applicant. We're before you on non-restricted item 18, which is Mrs. Putman's application for licensure as a key employee. Mrs. Putman is happy to answer any questions that the commission might have and is also prepared to give the same presentation that she gave to the board if that pleases the commission.
I think we've all had the opportunity to review that. So at this time, I would, you said she had a statement to, I'm sorry, in addition to that?
No, not in addition, just she's happy to answer questions, or if it pleases the commission, she can give the same presentation from the board.
Let me ask my colleagues if any of you have any questions or comments.
Certainly, I have a comment, if I may. Thank you for being here, Ms. Putman. I was impressed to listen to you and the presentation at the Gaming Control Board. And I think one of the biggest factors that influenced me thinking about you and your plan, your pathway and your journey was that the support that you've received from a few people that are so positive, people you've worked with, whether it was Ms. Graziano, but even the fact that a bartender would turn around, say that you are one of the best people they've ever worked with in longevity. And, you know, it starts from there because that illustrates already that you have the right style, perhaps, for dealing with people in what is not an easy role at all. You don't have too many direct reports, is that right? 5 or so?
Yes, correct.
And how often do you interact with any of them, may I ask?
Daily, I would say most of them. It depends on their days off and my days off, but what really is a day off, right?
Right.
So 24-hour business, we communicate whether through phone conversations, text message, or email on a regular basis daily.
So you're like a medical professional on 24-hour
Right.
call?
Correct.
Well, as I said, I don't have anything further. I will be happy to support your application today and wish you luck going forward. I'll hand over to my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for being here. I did watch the board presentation and I was impressed with your presentation and with also your co-employees here. But your presentation is an opposite to what I read in the investigative materials. I mean, it was quite concerning. It's not just one thing, it's multiple things. And I know that Judge Assad had mentioned that he was, a judge in the drug rehabilitation court. But I worked abuse neglect before. And so when I see in a report here that you supposedly didn't do drugs while at work, but just on your off time. And I see, when you presented, you have 3 daughters and you mentioned them in that presentation. Then it makes me wonder on your off time with those 3 daughters, and you said you didn't want to disappoint them. So again, those were very concerning in your investigative material. It wasn't just that. It's not just the drugs. It's the tax issues, not just one tax issue. You're late for filing taxes. You don't, the IRS has to file something against you and for failing to report your gaming winnings in 2021. You failed to report your income to the IRS. And then I see that maybe you can explain this. You do a debt consolidation in February of 24 for about $71,000. And the next month you buy a car for 56,000, and then you get a personal loan for 21,000. So that was hard to explain. So your presentation is one thing, and I commend you for doing better, but maybe you can comment on, quite frankly, I mean, this is not what I'm used to reading. You hear us over and over here commend all the other people about their, impeccable records. And you come into this and your record it's really, really bad when I read this. So why should we give you even a limited license?
So my taxes, the ones that were delayed, was because my husband's disability for the military was being taxed, and that was wrong. So our tax professional told us to delay in filing the 1 year until we got the other issue resolved. The taxes in 2023 was a new tax professional we had never used before to do our taxes. And when my husband sent over the tax forms, he had labeled, when I went out and took a short-term disability, labeled it as Kennedy's W-2. That man didn't know us, so he didn't know that there was a W-2 missing. I did not investigate or look at the taxes in detail to see that there was a mistake. Once that mistake was brought to my attention, we immediately contacted him, filed a new return, and paid the funds that then we owed because of that mistake.
I also neglected to mention, you have 16 traffic offenses over the last 20 years, 16. And those are for driving on suspended driver's licenses. Your license is suspended, you're driving around anyway, which, by the way, it could be a mandatory 30 days. And your last one was in 2023. That's what the
Not driving unsuspended in 2023. I may have gotten a traffic ticket, yes, in 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
But
I did get a
again,
traffic
it doesn't
ticket.
show a lot of leadership when I read problem after problem after problem.
Yes, I will admit that my life, was chaotic. I'll be honest, before I sought treatment and got my life together. Have I always made the best decisions throughout my life? No, but today I stand where I stand, and I have integrity in everything that I do, and I try to do the next right thing. When I tell people this all the time, when I lay my head down on my pillow at night to now, I am content with the decisions and choices I have made, and I strive to be somebody that my daughters and my family and my colleagues and people I work with can be proud of and can look up to. I have made mistakes, but I have learned from them and am moving in a different path forward.
Well, it's easy to talk the talk, but to walk the walk is a whole nother ballgame. And the best predictor of future is your past behavior. So I'm still skeptical with all this investigative materials of how you're going to do this. It's one thing to talk about it, but it's another to, 2023 is not that long ago. And you did relapse before. So I do have great concerns, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues. It's just, when I read this investigative report, it's like nobody else's. It's that bad to me.
Okay.
So I'm not going to, quite frankly, coddle you like some of my colleagues. That's not me. We're the gold standard. We license people who are deserving of licenses.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead. You okay? Okay, I'll go next. Ms. Kennedy, or I'm sorry, Ms. Putman, Mrs. Putman. How old are your kids? You had 4, right?
I have 3. My oldest daughter is 25. My second daughter is 22, and my youngest just turned 18 in February.
Okay, so she's still in high school?
She actually graduated early. She did an online program. So she graduated in December, but she walks and does her actual walking graduation in May.
Okay. Yeah, my materials indicated you had 4 adult children and 1 minor child. So I just
well, she was a minor when my application started.
So, but that's a
Fine.
total of 5, but you only have 3.
I only have 3.
Okay, got it. And how long have you been with Mr. Putman?
We have been together since my youngest daughter was 4 years old and now she's 18, so 14 years, but we got married in 2021.
Okay, so you've been with him through the 2 times you went to rehab.
Correct.
What precipitated the relapse in 2020?
I think the pandemic didn't help me not coping with my feelings or communicating with others how I was feeling, and being the alone and not going out in the world being shut down definitely impacted that a lot.
Okay. And the materials indicate, that part of, and you were introduced to drugs through your prior husband, and that wasn't a healthy relationship, but you've been with your husband through most of that. So your current husband. So does he also use?
Oh, no, absolutely not. My current husband is retired military and he is a contractor now for the government.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I will say, I share Commissioner Silvers's concerns because of the recency of your last, just your last treatment. I commend that you got treatment, but there's a lot that was kind of falling astray in the meantime, especially your children. And that gives me pause that, generally, I would think that, I shouldn't say generally, I would think that children would be the best motivator, to stay clean. And if you weren't able to do that when they were at such impressionable ages, then I'm just concerned moving forward. The taxes and such, I understand you didn't review them. Did you sign them?
I can't recall, to be honest, of how it was done, if it was electronic. The guy who does the taxes lives in California, and so he talks like through Zoom, I guess. They do like a phone conversation. I was not there when that was done. I would assume that I signed them, right, once they were submitted, and didn't review them, which we just did our taxes the other day, and I was like, nope, this name is wrong. I'm not a manager anymore. I'm this, change this. Nope, you have my daughter missing her middle initial, right? Like, I'm sure I'm a pain in the butt, but I've learned.
They're your taxes. So, I think it's important that you be thorough on them. And, I wouldn't call that being a pain. Because you're responsible for whatever's in that document. So I think it's good that you're reviewing things thoroughly. I don't have any other questions. Again, I'm weighing the support that you have from your employer, from your coworkers, and what you're saying, which isn't entirely consistent with what we're seeing. The actions aren't really matching, and that's the source of my concern. But I'll defer to my other colleagues and see where we are. Thank you.
Ms. Putnam, thank you for being in front of us today. And Mr. Smith, always a pleasure to see you. The Gaming Control Board did, as they always do, a fine job describing, that this is a privileged process, not a right. And you got to share things publicly that are just incredibly uncomfortable. And that's exactly where we are today. And we continue. I have, my background is not in a courtroom, and I have, colleagues here who that is their past career before they got these lovely opportunities to be regulators. And so their comments are important to me. On one side, again, this has been recent. You've had relapse, and just, I'm really troubled by it. I really am. On the other side, we have your employer and colleagues and folks you work with who say you're exemplary, they're excited for you, and they're willing to go to bat for you. That's a big deal. I suspect they have more options, lots of options on who they want to promote and subject to this kind of process, knowing that this is the conversation that we're going to be having. But you know, as a father of three daughters too, you know, I get the motivation, but I just, you know, this is hard. You know, this isn't as clear cut to me as I think, you know, it was originally, especially as we dug into the details and some of the past. Leaving some of that aside, if I can speak about your management style, you know, you made a comment to the control board, you know, to a question about what does your day look like? You know, what do you do? And your answer was, you don't have a set schedule. You kind of do what you need to do, but can you elaborate on that, please?
So it depends what is going on that day. Usually I start my day at home, obviously, and I read my emails to see what is going on. If I don't already have something set in stone that I have to address at a certain location, I try to be visible at all locations as much as possible. So it's never a set schedule of I go to this store on Monday and I go to this store on Tuesday. So it goes throughout the day, and based on what other of my teams they need help with. So like currently we have been hiring a lot of assistant managers. That's hard to train them. So I have been more hands-on, been like working with them and going day to day. So sometimes I can go to 5 or 6 locations, being the assistant manager, helping train the people that are coming up, what is going on to make it so that they know what they are doing. I hold training and meetings with my team. We just opened up a new location. So like my days changed because we were at the location and getting it all set and ready to go to open up. We just opened up on the 20th. So there isn't a set of, again, that I'm at this location at this time. I could be at a location and something happened across town and I have to detour and go over there to help. I feel like I'm a very hands-on manager, team player. I never asked somebody to do something that I wouldn't do myself. Did that answer your question?
It does. It's more about a approach. I mean, I think we all wake up in the day, you know, thinking we're going to do one thing, but we check emails and, you know, and suddenly it's not the day we had planned. But there's a discipline to the process. There's a matrix. There's a rhythm. And especially given some of your background, I think it's important to have those contours and, you know, things are, you know, standardized and regularized and routine, and your team will expect that as well. We've got backup here. So I'll leave you alone for a second. You've come up, I assume, to make some comment here, if you wish.
This is Paula Graziano, Inter-Size President. If she could be heard,
please.
She would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to, I hope I didn't interrupt. I definitely, after the comments that have been being made, I would like to say something on Kennedy's behalf and hopefully let you know as her employer or somebody that works with her that, you know, her actions, as far as I know, have been, you know, we're lucky to have her as an employee. We're lucky to have her managing our people. And all my interactions with her have been above board. And that's the day-to-day of it. It's not just the paper trail. It's what I deal with day-to-day and what our managers deal with day-to-day and what our bartenders deal with day-to-day. And
may I ask you,
yes,
how many times have you drug tested her? How many times since she's worked there at Dottie's since 2016 have you drug tested her? Because she's been in rehab twice.
Yeah, we have drug tested her twice. She was a bartender for 6 years, and then every time somebody gets promoted, we drug test her, and both times she passed her drug test.
So 2 times in all these years.
Well, yes, we would have no other reason to drug test people. We do it on promotions, and she was done on a promotion to AM, and then also again a promotion to manager. When she asked for rehabilitation or asked for FMLA, we didn't know it was rehabilitation. There's a lot of privacy laws involved in that, and
so you don't know.
And on suspicion, on promotions, we do. So she was promoted twice, and she passed both of them. There, I asked HR before I came up. I don't have the 100% stats factual, but It was like, tell me all of her write-ups, tell me how many times she's called out. And in the 10 years, she was maybe called in 8 times, 10 times. It wasn't more than a dozen times in a 9-year period.
And am I correct in remembering from the control board meeting that during the background investigation, Gaming Control Board conducted or facilitated drug testing? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, again, your advocacy for her promotion is authentic. It's, you know, it's real. I get it. And that's important. You know her better. You know, we never met, read a piece of paper. Your advocacy is profoundly important in this process. But, Ms. Putman, you're going to have new stresses poured upon you. And, you've had instances where you didn't respond well. You've got a support system and people watching. And I think probably one of the most important things, if we are to move forward, is that you are subject to drug testing whenever the Gaming Control Board wishes. So it's not on a set schedule or something. But, I want to wish you well. I want to support this, but this trust but verify part is terribly important. But because of the testimony of your employer, because they're putting their own reputation online here too. I will support this today, but it's, I have concerns but it's done, I want you to succeed. I want you to be the best manager they've ever had. I want you to get more promotions. I want the company to do well. But they're taking a risk on you, which means that this commission needs to take a leap of faith as well. I'll listen to the comments of additional comments of my colleague.
So you press the green. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Well, I don't. I appreciate you being here and speaking to your experiences and confidence. And so, there's some, you don't get what we get. And so on one hand, I so much appreciate your candor. It's refreshing, quite frankly. There's just some details here that are financial details about expenditures by year, the whole thing. It's a lot. And it's not that long ago. So that's the issue, right? In any event, if there is a motion or no other comments, we can entertain it and have the discussion. I would like to give you the opportunity, in light of all the questions that have been asked, and you've been answering those questions. If you have anything in summary that you want to say, so that you can follow up on anything that wasn't in direct answer to a question, but that you want to say, now is your opportunity.
I appreciate your guys' time today, and this has been the most humbling experience throughout this whole investigation that I have done. My husband has top secret clearance with the military, and they aren't even as thorough as you guys. So commend you guys on that. I, again, haven't always made the right choice, but since I went to treatment in April, I have put a different direction into my life. The stipulation of taking drug tests, I gladly take that. When the gaming control board had me take the drug test and I didn't get the results, I wasn't worried about them. And then the agent called me back. He's like, Kennedy, did we tell you your test results? And I said, no. He said, you passed. I said, I wasn't even worried about it. And he's like, he just laughed. So I honestly, that doesn't bother me at all. I welcome it because my goals for me in the future, all of that just helps me get there. I do have 3 daughters and a very big extended family that I'm very close with. And they have all been a part of this process of me going through this. My dad texted me at 10:18 thinking that I would already have an answer because the meeting started at 10 to explain that that's not the way that it works. So I have a great support system. I'm very open and honest with the struggles and the issues that I've had in the past. I try to learn from them and move forward, and I appreciate you all.
Do you go to any support group meetings at all?
I do not currently. I have a therapist that I have worked with a lot, but I have friends who still actively go to meetings that I communicate with and bounce ideas and feelings with. So I have people in my life who support my lifestyle.
Is there anything about those kinds of meetings that you object to?
I wouldn't say there's anything that I object to them. I don't like the clickiness of the groups. So I try to keep my life as drama-free as possible. So I take the people that have those same lifestyle as me and communicate with them, not the whole group as a whole.
And your therapist you're referring to, is that someone related to your treatment or
Yes.
something else?
No, he was with my treatment. I went to him for 3 years and I still communicate with him, and I'll email him and, fill him in on the steps and stuff that I have been taking in my life.
But you don't have individual sessions with this person as follow-up to your treatment?
Not anymore, currently, no.
Okay, I was just curious. Sorry. Is there anyone else who has any questions or comments in light of the commentary? Okay, does anyone have a motion?
I'd like to make one, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I move for a disposition of this item as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, which was approval limited and to expire at midnight of March 2029 at the Gaming Control Board meeting, but conditioned that Ms. Putman will submit to random drug testing in the manner, time, and place which the Gaming Control Board determines appropriate at her cost and expense for a period of restricted to 36 months. And so I submit that to the commission.
Madam Chair, I think the only thing I would correct on that, it would be March of the 2029 commission meeting, not board meeting.
Oh, sorry, commission. Yeah.
Correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion on the motion?
After hearing the motion and the comments by all of you, including Ms. Graciano, I appreciate the fact that, Ms. Putman has made, really positive changes. But for me, it's just too recent and I'm not inclined to support it, but I would be in support of, somehow referring it back to staff just to allow more time to pass. I don't feel that she's an applicant that should be tagged with a denial. If that's the will of everybody else. I just wanted to put that out there that, while I'm not inclined to support an approval, allowing her more time to demonstrate that she's going to stay on this path would be my preference.
You know what I struggle with? We do these gaming employee registration appeals. And those get yanked for things that are very interesting compared to the history here. And so I'm sure as the employer, which by the way, the applicant's circumstances are compelling as far as change and transparency and acceptance of responsibility and all the good things. They're obviously there from a rather troubled history. And you being here is very compelling. And your faith in her is very compelling, right? I mean, you're the one that's putting your license on the line. You're the one that, I mean, people that have drug addiction, I think that, having ex-lawyers and judges on here is a blessing and a curse. I've said that twice today about different things. And the curse part is that when people do relapse, they'll do anything, say anything, take anything to get the next high, period. And it won't matter how much you did for that person, right? So it's that like inherent knowledge of those things with all these good things and you being here that's making this really hard for us, right? And because of the respect for the board and their decision making. The problem is we also look at the we have the 30,000 foot view of the spectrum of all these little minutia that are going on, including gaming employee registration appeals. And we've denied people allowing them to work in a casino for less than this. So that's the hard part, right? I think for at least me. We may have one of those today, interestingly. But I think part of the problem is I agree with what's being said. It's hard to deny. I also think, I don't know, is it 3 years?
Yes.
3 years is a little long. If that was going to be the vote of anyone, then I think Ms. Putman would need to know how very incredibly close this was and how it's not a guarantee for the future. But I could be wrong there. I mean, I'm kind of keeping an open mind to others. I would tell you, if you weren't sitting here, this is like a half a second decision for me. Now, you made it harder for me, actually, because you're willing to put yourself out there and, say, I'm confident there'll be no relapse and no one that does business with us will be, or our employees or anyone else or us will be damaged as a result. That's making this very difficult.
And I do appreciate that. And I'm very close to the people that I work with. And I've definitely said no to harder people. So I know how to say no. I know how to say you can't go for it because you won't make it. So I appreciate what you said and that my testimony matters because it matters to me whether or not I approve somebody to go in front of you guys.
Chair, I would agree with Commissioner Solis-Rainey if they wanted to send it back. I mean, I think she's in a position where a denial wouldn't help her, yet she could come back in a couple of years. I have grave concerns because while she was a Dottie's employee, she still relapsed 2 times. And so I know you don't think she's going to relapse, but she could. And more often than not, people do. And you add on all the other issues that she's got, just one after another. It's just, as they said, it's just very hard for me to justify not giving somebody a registration because they didn't put something on their application, and then this report is as bad as I've seen. There's maybe only one other I've seen.
So just for clarification, so
I would agree to, like, if she,
but we're hearing that she wouldn't be able to conduct this employment. Like she was previously a store manager.
She could be employed there just in a different capacity, right?
There's no refer back to the board.
Oh,
the decision is before you today. You need to either approve, deny. You can send it back with some directive to the board to further investigate, but that's not what you're asking to do. There's no ability to refer back to the board. I think if this commission doesn't make a decision within 120 days, she'll be approved automatically.
I think what I'm hearing is a year's worth of, or however long of clean drug tests. Is that what you're saying? Which isn't an
Maybe they
investigation.
could investigate and drug test her for a
So
couple
that's not
years.
an investigation? It's not my suggestion. I'm just asking.
No, because the 120-day rule is still there. It would still be approved within 120 days.
Okay.
And is it if she's denied, then she can never reapply?
If she's denied, she will not be able to work in gaming at all.
At all.
Correct.
If I may,
Sure.
for a sec. I think that some of the things that have been said, I think that about her candor should be taken into account. You know, I'm sure it's not easy for Ms. Putman to talk about these things, and she didn't hide anything during her investigation. She was upfront with the investigators. I would hope that the commission can feel that the state could be protected with the conditions that have been suggested by the board for the license to be limited and for that period of time for Ms. Putman to be drug tested randomly. In some ways, maybe it gets to the issue maybe a different way, but this idea of going back to the investigation and drug testing for that period of time before the licensure, it could have the same effect. You know, if she fails a drug test, she's going to lose her license. She's going to lose everything. If it were to be approved with that condition. So I would think that I would submit that Ms. Putman does satisfy NRS 463.170, that, you know, she's had issues, but during the investigation, she was upfront about her past. I don't think that she poses a threat to gaming in the state of Nevada. And I think that if you believe that she may, that the conditions that have been proposed by the board could protect the state. So I'll submit just that.
Does anyone else have any comments or discussion on the motion?
Yeah, the comments are, it just hamstrings us when these kind of rules, when we see somebody that we would want to deny and then we're the bad guys for, look, I mean, why even have us up here to some extent to be critical or not of certain people and their applications, if we're going to be the ones to put them out of work? And then to what extent is that really smart for, you know, the corporation to put somebody who has this kind of background in front of us for licensing? It's very discouraging to be up here.
I understand. I think, well, from the company's perspective, many of these issues were not known prior to the investigation. They were made known to the company through the investigation.
Then you know about them and you knew about them and you put her through and you put her here.
We didn't pull her application back. It would have resulted in the same thing as a denial.
She'd still be able to work for you, right? Just like she was working.
There's not necessarily. Once the application's been submitted, we can't at our own accord pull it back. We can request that it be pulled back, but the board, at least in my experience with a couple of other applications with key employee licenses who were terminated from the company in the midst of the application process, those applications were not allowed to be pulled back and still had to come forward and be ruled on by the board. So once we had submitted the application, there was no way to really unring that bell.
And Mr. Cannon, I would disagree with that from what I've seen, at least during my tenure on the commission. I mean, the board has shown quite a bit of flexibility when, you know, people explain the circumstances of, you know, things that arise during the course of investigation that you need more time to develop. I mean, obviously, yeah, you'd be taking a chance asking for their approval to withdraw it, but I've never, that I can think of, I have not seen any situation where I thought they were unreasonable. So, and the fact
Just from
that
my experience, the two that we tried to withdraw, we weren't allowed to withdraw them.
right,
So that
but it was, I mean, it wasn't factually similar to these circumstances, I didn't think.
not directly, no.
And just another comment that you made that, you know, you commented that, she'd been very forthright and stuff during the investigation. To me, that seems a little contrary to her representations that, she's always been very open about her problems and, has not shied away from using that as a source of maybe mentoring other people and, accepting the problems and talking about them. I mean, is it that she's only been open about that since these came to light, or?
Well, I guess I can only speak from the my perspective, but from the executive, like Ms. Graziano, Ms. Cohen, we were made aware of those things through the investigation process. I'm not sure if she had spoken with her coworkers and bartenders over that period of time about her experiences, but I had no idea, or the people at the top of the company weren't aware of it until the investigation.
Okay, I appreciate that thought. I mean, I think, again, I share Chair Tagliati's concerns is that, we have these employee registration people that come to us with much, much less. And it seems unfair to, treat them differently than somebody that's coming before for an initial licensing. So that's my pause, and that's why I would have liked to see them get, seeing the situation given more time. The only thing I, wanted further investigated, which wasn't really material, and that's why I didn't raise it, was, the taxes. I mean, I was interested in, she signed them. I understand she doesn't remember, but that's not going to make a difference one way or another. So I guess we'll just go with the motion that's before us.
Madam Chair, if I might, I believed that you were aware of these issues from the corporate side of the challenges that Ms. Putnam's had, and that you took a leap of faith in her by putting her through this process, knowing those things. I think I just heard that you put her forward without knowing those things, and the bus is moving, and you're suggesting you can't get off. We would perhaps say something differently, but I mean, again, for us to take a leap of faith, which that's not a good way to do regulatory matters, and I've always wanted to be consistent. So the conversation about gaming registration, that's terribly important, because I don't like government that's capricious and discretionary. You do X, then Y happens. But how aware were you of Ms. Putnam's issues when you started this process of a non-restricted license on her behalf?
The only issues that I was aware of is her hard work, her efforts, her recommendations, her work with her for the past 9 years then I asked her managers, and the bartender actually just pulled me aside to tell me something when I was in one of the locations. It's just my experience with her. I thought she would be a great general manager. I might have even recommended her to be a general manager, and we didn't know of any drug use until the investigation. We've drug tested her twice.
This is an awkward question, but it's not your practice as a company when you put people forth into this non-restricted license process to ask them if there are issues that might be difficult or challenge or embarrassing before you put them forward?
We do.
Did you ask Ms. Putnam?
Your microphone. I'm sorry. I wasn't personally in that part of the process.
Yeah, anyone who is promoted to general manager meets with Ms. Cohen and myself, and we explain the process of licensing to them. They fill out a background check due diligence form that we have run. So it's like not quite as comprehensive as the Form 7, but a background check asking questions. And during those discussions, her drug use didn't come up at that point. It wasn't until this application had already been submitted.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. So that aspect of Ms. Putnam's past, she was not forthcoming and did not share that with you, the company, as you made a determination we wanted to promote her and put her through this non-restricted gaming license exercise.
I don't think it was the direction of our questions. I wasn't in there. He was in there, but I do know questions that are asked, most of the time we're like, you have to tell the truth, no matter what, no matter if it's embarrassing, you just have to tell the truth of what happened. And I think, drug use and putting yourself through rehabilitation, it wasn't because of job performance. It wasn't because she was missing work. I feel she thought that was, I don't know.
But you all understand this process because this is what you do. That's why you're here today. You escort people through who've never done this before. You say it's one of the most rigorous things that you'll ever do. And if you haven't paid a tax bill, if you haven't paid child support, if you got pulled over by the police for traffic violations a dozen plus times, drug use, and I understand there's some, privacy issues in some of these questions, but, you spoke to the bartender, and I, these are important questions before you subject somebody through the process. And again, it's putting us in an incredibly difficult spot, but you were not, when you put her forward, and I don't want to speak like you're not in the room. I know you're right there, and this is incredibly difficult. You were not aware of the issues that we're speaking about today.
That's correct.
And I just said, she had a bench warrant for her arrest out of Florida. And the agents found it, and she had to pay it during the investigation. So she had an active bench warrant during this.
I can't speak to that exactly, but we do have a background check conducted, and it was conducted, and that wasn't on there. Perhaps it was because it was too old. I'm not sure, but it wasn't on the background check that we had conducted, so we're not aware of that.
Bringing the group back to the motion. Well, seems like there's several considerations. Number one, a denial and the impact that has. Number two, the motion itself is for 3 years with random drug testing with no specific minimum number. It could be 1, it could be 10, right?
Yes.
I will tell you that's not something I support. If anyone's considering this motion, then I get that it's of little import if it's not random, but it can't be. I mean, the state's not paying for it. She would be paying for it. So she would need to pay for a minimum of a certain number, in my view.
Quarterly.
Here's the thing.
I think they just, I think
I think that the concerns are, and I don't want to get into the details, but since we're debating this in public, in 2023, she spent 15% of her income on drugs. That's a lot of money for someone who was making, 15%. And in 2020 it was, I don't know, 11%.
Over 11.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so
2020.
Yeah, I think so. Is it 2020? Yeah, 23 was like, so we're looking at these numbers, and that's independent through, bank records, not like a self-confessional form. See what I mean? And so you have to worry about your business, but we have to worry about everybody else on a spectrum. Because if we do it for one, then what sets apart, we try to be consistent on things, and people, similarly situated persons being treated the same. And so that's why that you're hearing so much of this, is because we have, I don't know, the benefit or the burden of knowing others and their issues and licensing and also gaming registrations. So I guess I guess we need a decision on this motion. And then if there's any subsequent motion, I know that if I was going to consider any kind of, deference to the employer and to the board, I would be more comfortable with more rigor as related to the testing at her expense, and a shorter time window before she's back answering to the history, that kind of thing personally. But I'm also not loving the idea of I also struggle with all the issues and what kind of precedent it sets going forward. But that being said, is there anyone else who has any questions or comments?
Is there a procedure that can withdraw the application?
Not
Yeah, I know if we vote no, then she has no gaming employment going forward, right?
That's correct.
All right. But before we take a motion, is there some way to remand it back to the Gaming Control Board and perhaps give a pathway to withdrawal? Because I don't know that this is going to go in a direction that the applicants want. And I don't want to hurt people. I want you to thrive and have a marvelous life and take care of your girls. But there are some real issues that are broader than you. And those are important to us. But is there any way to de-escalate this absolute decision that we're about to make, or by some kind of withdrawal?
Didn't we do this before? I know Mr. Moran is in the back, and he had a client just like this we had a lot of issues, and I thought we sent it back. I remember that. I thought we sent it back.
He asked to withdraw.
And
He asked
then
to
he
have it
asked to-
remanded
and it was
back.
withdrawn, right?
So he could pursue.
That's a different
withdrawal.
circumstance. Legally, the statute only allows you to do that if it comes before you on a recommendation of denial. This is a recommendation for approval. Your options are to approve it, to deny it, or to send it back to the board for further investigation with a 120-day limitation on that time for the investigation.
And what about to amend it? I mean, I could, having said the motion and having listened to some of the comments, would I be able to amend it, the approval of the Gaming Control Board the disposition presented by the Gaming Control Board, adjusting both the time period and the frequency of the drug testing? Perhaps I could make a
Certainly
motion.
with an approval, you can condition or limit any way you see fit. Yes.
Instead of 36 months, I could go to 24, and I could stipulate quarterly or biannually, or I'm just asking the question. I don't know what you.
No, I think
McIntosh.
though we're talking apples and oranges right now because it's not looking really good. So we were asking if Mr. Moran's client could withdraw. And that was with one of the Mr. Winchell's employees. Then why shouldn't she have the same avenue?
I don't remember that case. I don't remember the circumstances, but my understanding is that I think that it was a recommendation of a denial from the board.
No, it came to us. That was absolutely an approval.
We're going to take a short break.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a, so the court reporter, we're having kind of a free exchange of
was.
ideas, and I want to give the court reporter a break. And what time is it? I'm sorry, I don't have a.
It's 1:30.
1:34.
Oh, 1:34.
We'll reconvene at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, we're back on the record after recess. So there was discussion before the recess that certain commission members were curious whether it could be referred back. Our chief deputy attorney general is advising us that if the recommendation was for approval, we have a decision to make within 120 days. Otherwise, there's an automatic approval. And then we were debating whether a withdrawal is, or a referral back for withdrawal, something to that effect, is possible. And the our chief DAG advises us that if it's for additional investigation, that's possible, but the 120 days still applies, correct?
Correct. It can be waived, but we can discuss that option.
Okay, and then there was some debate about historically what's happened with other applicants when it became clear to those applicants that the train was leaving the tracks. And so that's where we left off. And there was a motion pending, discussion of whether that motion could be amended. It can always be amended by the maker before the vote. And so I think the question's going to be, and probably a good point of discussion, is what, if any, support there would be for an amended motion versus people that are inclined to vote nay in any circumstance to approval. Fair. So, so I mean, that's really the issue, right? We could put Commissioner Marcantonus through the intellectual gymnastics of amending his motion, or if it doesn't appear that there would be a majority in support of that motion, that would be apparently potentially not fruitful. It might be better to know that based upon the discussion here. Does anyone want to weigh in?
Just the mechanics, I didn't fully understand. Were you saying, Chair, that the weighing in before somebody like me actually amended the motion has to happen first?
Well, I think, look, there might be people here that say, I don't care how short the duration is. I don't care how many analysis are required by the commission. Based upon the reasons that they state, they can't support. And if they're forced to either deny or approve with even with limitations to return in the future, they can't support that. So they would choose deny. If that's the case, then what's the point of amending your motion is my thoughts. And so that's why I'm opening up that discussion, because you know, I struggle with, it's bigger than the two of you and the business that you run. That's the real issue for a lot of, I'm sure, not just me, but the big picture for all applicants and licensees. So, but I'm certainly keeping an open mind and listening to what everybody has to say. So.
Madam Chair, from my perspective, I don't believe there's a way that Commissioner Marcantonus could amend the motion that would allow me to move forward with it.
Okay.
And not to be redundant, but this is just incredibly important. There is no way to withdraw the application today. We are exactly, well,
we don't believe there's any way to withdraw the application today, but there does sound like there's a way to refer it back to the board for further investigation. And speaking with Mrs. Putman, if that were to happen, she would be willing to waive the 120-day automatic approval. And if it perhaps during the investigation could go on longer, and Ms. Putman could be drug tested for a longer period of time, maybe that would be something that could give this commission the confidence to approve her in the future.
And that, again, I don't want to be too cute with statutes and regs and how we do this. But this is about, you know, your employment, your life, your reputation, all these things. I want a pathway that can decompress this. But if we could remand it back to staff, 120 days, if you waive, we will know that. If you don't, then we'll come back here and have the conversation that we'll need to have.
She would waive it today.
I'm sorry?
She would have to waive it today.
I'm sorry.
She would have to waive it today.
Okay. Well, if you waived it today, then again, you can still be with your employer and do the wonderful things, but just not at the level that has been proposed. And, you know, I just feel when you leave here, and with respect to Commissioner Marcantonus's motion, I mean, it's, you know, the drug testing would be like constant. I mean, it's you know, almost punitive, not just due diligence every once in a while. It would be aggressively done. So I think that would be an ideal pathway. And this is about all the other people who come in front of us. This is about all the other companies that want to put forth an employee for a restricted license. This is important. So I think this is an important message. If we can help you continue your journey, but without, you know, eliminating your opportunity to work in the industry, I think that would be an optimal outcome for a very difficult and awkward you know, conversation today. We shouldn't have been in this situation. So if Madam Chair, if you wanted to facilitate that, I would support that motion.
I think we just have to have one clarifying point. I believe that if we were to remand it back to staff and say, look, we want additional investigation, which includes drug testing, full and complete transparency related to financials, because, you know, we were talking about a fair percentage of income going to that expenditure, that would not limit the applicant's ability to do the job she's doing now. She would just be doing it unlicensed with her license under investigation and pending, which is kind of a, you know, it doesn't mean that she would be doing something else within the company, right? So I just want to make that clear. Because something you said or you alluded to.
I'm sorry, I did say that. I thought she would not be given these additional responsibilities if
she would be able to continue on as she's been doing the job she's been doing. If we remanded it back, which probably would be the first time, and, you know, it's not the first time we've remanded back for things, but this would be unique in that it's almost, it's not an investigation of things in the past. It would be a continuing investigation of her present circumstances, for lack of a better term. And it would allow her to continue doing the job that she's doing, presumably while getting the testing that the commission would ask for at her expense and not taxpayer expense. And also leaving her open to scrutiny related to expenditures and finances and all the things that she had to explain related to taxes and whether that's paid off in the future, because she's had a little, you know, some billings and things.
Madam Chair, again, not to interrupt you, but again, I'm sorry if I didn't understand this process or the different manifestations. It would be unfair to give you an opportunity to continue to do what you're doing without the restricted license to operate the way you've been doing it. I think that's I'd rather do an up or down than indulge a pathway that allows you to obtain this opportunity without this commission's approval. That's not what I was suggesting or wanting. So I'll amend my remarks that way.
I would just say that her application was submitted last April. So it would sort of just be the status quo as it's been for the last year. She's been working in this position while her application has been pending. And so I guess that would be the situation.
But she's in a position now that requires a non-restricted license. It's just for the past year. She's been in that position that would requires a license, but just the process investigations that are typical. Now the time is ripe to certify to give her that license to continue doing what she's doing into the future. If then then the commission needs to address the question fully now. This is why we're here. And I was just hoping there was a way to withdraw and reassign, but she should not be fulfilling those responsibilities not properly licensed.
I would just add at that last hearing that I brought up, Mr. Moran's client, we literally said on the record that he could come back in 5 years. And I'm sure, I recall one of the commissioners saying it wouldn't matter, that they wouldn't license them. And yet, I don't know what happened with that, but I could have sworn it got withdrawn. So I mean. That's a different thing.
That would be an
like
option.
She's way more like she could come back in a couple of years probably after showing. I mean, the last one that we had was like, no. And I'm sure they're still working for Mr. Winchell in a different capacity.
So, I mean, there was this kind of brings to the forefront that there is another option, which is remanding it. I mean, you were saying it can't be withdrawn.
It cannot be withdrawn today at this level. If you want to refer it back to the board for reconsideration, that means you give up, let me finish. That means you give up jurisdiction. It goes back to the board for the board's jurisdiction. Okay. And then the board can do what they want with it. They could send it right back to you. They can allow for a withdrawal. They can give you a different recommendation coming forward. So it's just going to depend on what the board does with it. But that is an option. You can ask them to reconsider it. You can't give them any direction in what their decision will be, but they will have jurisdiction again.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that. So I think we just need to get to the point where we're making a decision.
We could also, if it's referred back for investigations and Ms. Putman waives the 120 days, we could then put in a request to the board if they have jurisdiction again to withdraw the application at that point.
They will not have jurisdiction. If you refer it back to the board for further investigation, they report back to the commission and the commission retains jurisdiction.
There was a way that you said they get jurisdiction back.
If it's sent back to the board for reconsideration.
Reconsideration. Okay, so then perhaps that's a path forward, would be to send it back to the board for reconsideration. And then Ms. Putman can submit a request to withdraw from the chairman. We would waive the 120 days.
For that.
Okay, well, we have a motion pending that we have to have a vote on, unless you want to withdraw the motion. If you'd like us to vote on the motion, we can vote on it, and then someone else can make a motion, or you can make another motion.
Okay.
Wait, hold on one second. Yes, Chair.
I have a question. Is it appropriate, maybe this is a question for Chief Caruso, is it appropriate for the board to ask the commission for guidance as to what potential circumstances would be acceptable if there were to be a reconsideration?
That's up to the board to determine at that time.
But without any guidance from the commission, or at least?
No, it's just they're asking you to reconsider your decision, I think, based on the comments today.
Because to Commissioner Silver's point, the question is 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, it's hard to know what that guidance would be, right? And so I don't know if there's a way to get some guidance from the commission on that point, if that's the direction this goes.
I think what I'm hearing this commission is, on one hand, they don't want to grant the license because of the precedent it sets. It's been too soon. It's too concerning, all the things. But a denial is very unpleasant and has significant ramifications. And so we are doing the procedural and substantive gymnastics to try to come up with a way that affects our intention, but has the least damage on you as possible, because you are moving forward in a positive way, and it's like a very final blow, if you will. But I think there are people up here, and I don't mean to speak for anyone, but I'm hearing if that's what we are forced to do, we'll do it. That's what I'm hearing a couple people say. So so we're trying to find a way within our regulations that is appropriate to have a redemptive pathway, I guess, for a future in this industry that doesn't limit you to at least 5 years from now, but maybe sooner, right? And so that's the issue. Do any of my colleagues disagree with that point? Okay, so I think when it comes to our choices, I think most of us would prefer not to deny it outright if we don't have to, because of the fact that somewhere between today and 5 years, there's probably a comfort window, right? When you add it to the time that she's been demonstrating her responsibility and her change and her, drug testing and her employer support and her, all of the things, somewhere between 1 year and 5 years, where she doesn't have a denial on her record, is something that this group, I think, which, whether it'll be the same or not is kind of irrelevant. It's the group we have today. And so we would be more comfortable with. And whether the board considers that and gives weight to it and says, well, we hear you, we would consider X, and makes her wait, or resubmit or withdraw or has an agreement, I think that would be up to them. Those are my thoughts. So, and if they they want to, I think we've all been pretty clear, if they want to force a decision, okay. That's okay. That's their prerogative, and I would respect that, and I would make the hard decision. It is what it is. So the scarlet letter D for denial. I don't think that's
We're
what
not
we
asking for
favor,
that. Yeah.
right? We don't favor that.
No, we're not. We're asking to have it reconsidered by the board.
Okay, so I think I've tried to summarize what I'm hearing everyone say in a way that I haven't excluded anyone, or, this isn't about my opinion, it's a collective summary. Somewhere between 1 and 5 years would be a comfort zone that doesn't exist today. Nobody wants to deny outright, but I'm hearing there's at least more than 2 that would consider such a thing if that were the requirement. So instead, it would appear that we could properly accept your client's waiver of her 120 days, refer this back to the board for reconsideration, and ask them would they consider continuing the time period for her to take drug tests, whether that's under their order or not. Maybe she does them voluntarily because she has to show some prolonged period of redemption, for lack of a better term, and have more of a track record than 15% of her income in 2023 being spent on illicit and illegal drugs. That's where I'm at. That's where I think we're at. Is that fair? Does anyone wish to supplement the commentary of my summary of what I heard everybody say? Because I'm kind of taking liberties with it, but we got to move this along.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. The only thing I would add is that I would be of the mind that I would prefer a withdrawal once it got back to the board. Obviously, we can't direct that, but I don't feel that allowing this to just prolong and stay in the same position would be fair to other applicants that have come before us that are similarly situated. So, obviously in asking you to reconsider, sending it back to ask the board to reconsider, you would have the jurisdiction to do what you will, but.
So what I'm hearing is if there was that it's really the board's prerogative. If there's a withdrawal and they decide that you can resubmit in a future time, that's up to them. If they're willing to let this continue and have some kind of further track record in light of the commentary here, that's up to them. I think we don't love it, but we also don't want to deny outright. Although I think if forced, this wouldn't be a good outcome, is what I'm hearing. So I think we're certainly not telling the board what to do, because they have several options and it's up to them, but they've heard what we have to say and they can balance that against all the things that your client demonstrates and the arguments you make to them. And, I think a punting back to them for their because we do respect what they do and that's why this took so long, quite frankly, because you're here and because they recommended approval. Otherwise, we would have been done so fast, it would be crazy. So that's, in light of that, we are going to use the sports phrase, punt this back to them, I think, is what I'm hearing if someone makes that motion. So do you wish to withdraw your motion?
I'm happy as the motioner to adjust it or withdraw it. So actually, I'll start again. Let us withdraw that first motion and let me restate it so it's not quite as ambiguous. And whatever you've said, Chair, I completely agree with that. So, Madam Chair, with regard to non-restricted item number 18, I would like to rather withdraw my previous motion and remand this entire disposition decision on this non-restricted item 18 to the Nevada's Gaming Control Board for reconsideration. Is that? Thank you.
And so with the yes, well, the waiver, are you agreeing to waive your right to have this matter decided within 120 days?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that?
I would just ask that they waive the entirety of section 6 of NRS 463-220. That includes the portion that says you can request a hearing within 30 days for further investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And so before we vote on that motion, I think it goes without saying that the intention is not to tie the hands of the board. But in light of the concerns expressed here you have some concerns that it's unfair to allow her to continue in the position. You have others who, if there was monitoring and this was pending, it's really up to you. So you're welcome. All in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
That brings us to the restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could
We
please.
have one more non-restricted.
Oh,
I'm
we
so
did?
Sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I was
19.
moving on to the next page. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry. Non-restricted number 19.
Non-restricted number 19 is the application of Deborah Mick for licensure as a key employee at Jackpot Joni's RW LLC, doing business as Golden West Restaurant and Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Executive Secretary. My name is John Moran III with Hutchison and Steffen, appearing on behalf of Deborah Mick on non-restricted item 19. I'm going to skip all of this in the interest of time. Ms. Mick has an affirmative presentation, and to avoid any redundancy or duplicity, I'd like to now turn the microphone over to Ms. Mick.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Deborah Mick, and I'm a native Las Vegan. I've been in the hospitality industry for 34 years. Started as a cocktail waitress, then in 2005 transitioned into gaming, local gaming bars. Shortly thereafter, I started doing my general manager position, and I've continued that position throughout my career. I've had many mentors over the course of my career who I have taken a lot of knowledge from, and I've applied that to my current role as general manager at Golden West out in Mesquite. I have accumulated over the course of the years some debt that I'm not proud of, but I take full responsibility of. I came back here in 2024, January, with about $50,000 in debt. Currently, I'm about $34,000 debt. That's what I owe currently. I have a path moving forward to continue to pay this down. Since meeting with the board on the 12th, I have paid off my personal loan in full. I've closed 2 credit cards accounts, and I continue. That is my path moving forward thus far. I love my job out in Mesquite. I love Mesquite, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and your patience while we got to your matter. At this time, I would ask my colleagues who may have questions or comments to open the dialogue, whoever would like.
Certainly, I can. Chair, thank you for being here, Ms. Mick. I was satisfied with what I heard at the Gaming Control Board. Were you in the opening teams for the Monte Carlo?
I was.
That seems like an eternity ago.
It does. And it was an amazing experience. I loved it.
And
I've opened a couple of
What was your
casinos.
role there when it was opening? Were you
Cocktail server.
Cocktail server?
Mhm.
I think it's one of the few openings I've ever attended in this town. On that.
It was amazing.
Yes, and boy, that's disappeared from the landscape, hasn't it?
I'll be honest with you, I have not even been there since I left the Monte Carlo.
Well, it's not really that anymore. It's
Yeah.
bits and pieces, Nomad and all the other ones. But okay, thank you. I have no other questions with regard to your background, and you have already clarified the one big concern, which was how you are able to deal with your finances. So you've made the reductions theoretically from the 50 to the 34, 35. You've given up the 2 credit cards. What about gaming?
I really don't partake in that anymore. If I do, I allow myself literally $400 a month in just doing whatever, whether it be golf, whether if I decide to go out with friends. I do still see people that are in the gaming industry, but it is nothing remotely close.
Yeah, well, obviously addiction has been a subject throughout the day-to-day.
Correct.
But golf, you specified that a lot at the gaming control presentation, and I'm not a golfer, but I also think that that's an addiction. That's just a personal opinion. So good
It's
luck with that.
outside.
But at least good goals to get that debt down. That's critical for you going forward. I'll be supporting you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was very impressed by your presentation at the board. Your experience is great for this job, and your enthusiasm for Mesquite is great too. It seems like you're the perfect fit for it. So yeah, that was my only question, was really, in our investigative materials, it said that you pulled out $70,000 of cash for gaming at pubs and taverns between 2019 and 2023. So that was concerning. And then when our investigative materials also said that you still gamble $200 to $300 a month, and with 12 credit cards during this, then that was concerning. So, but then you said at the board, you really don't gamble. So I just wanted to clarify, like, are you gambling? Because it doesn't look like you should be.
Yeah, no, I try not to do any of that anymore. I mean, I have people that are in my circle that do, but it's not something that I really enjoy. Have I?
You're not
Yes,
gambling now.
I have definitely. I'm not going to deny that, but like maybe $60, nothing, nothing crazy.
So it's not 200 to 300 a month.
Nope, absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm more focused.
And how much did you pay off? You said since the board meeting, you said you paid off a personal loan. How
Mhm.
much was that loan?
It was the loan was 12,000,
And
but
so you
I
paid that.
I paid the balance off.
From the board meeting to here you paid-
$2,400.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad to see that you are still progressing even from the board meeting, because that was really the only concern I had, was your gambling
And that's
in this
understandable.
type of environment. Thank you for appearing. You really are impressive in every other aspect. So I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further. I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
And my questions have been addressed by listening to the Gaming Control Board and the comments today. I do believe you've got a good handle on it. We've had a exhausting afternoon talking about issues and challenges that people need to face and overcome. And I think you've done yours well. And these are in a very different category, and the progress you've made on repaying your debt and your qualifications for the job, I will support this happily. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your answers to Commissioner Silver and the information about how much progress you've made on your, financial wellness. Obviously, you're headed in the right direction, and so I am inclined to support a motion in light of, I think sitting through that last hearing was probably enlightening about how incredibly personal this is, and how how you can be on display with all your personal choices. It's a rigorous process, and so we appreciate your candor. We appreciate your being forthright about the financial issues and making those efforts. And you could have not paid that off between that meeting and today, and because you got the recommendation, but you did, and I think that's smart. And if you can do it, do it. And that was wise of you to do. And so I'm going to support anybody's motion that they may be willing to make at this time.
Madam Chair, I move for approval. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 19 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Good to see you, Mr. Moran. I neglected to say hello. It's always good to see you.
Thank you.
Here today. Thanks for having us. Really
Thank
We
you.
were round up from the last one.
All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our restricted item held out for discussion. If you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application for 3 Preets Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 20272. It is also the application of Gurvinder Sandhu for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato. I'm an enrolled agent. With us today, joining us from Carson City is Mr. Sandhu. We do appreciate allowing him to appear from Carson City today. I believe should be joining us. There he is. We did give affirmative presentation at the board meeting. We'd be glad to give that again, or we happy to go right to questions, whichever you prefer.
Mr. Sandhu, you can hear us okay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for being in Carson City today, and we appreciate you being here. If you want to just do a quick.
Sure. So the application before you today is for the business operator to share in the gaming revenue. The business operator has assumed the operations of the store, 7-Eleven store up in Reno, in City of Sparks, back in 2019. From the time they assumed operations until now, they are currently operating gaming under a space lease agreement. If approved, that agreement will convert to a share in revenue, and the business operator will then begin sharing gaming revenue under the slot route operator's license, which will remain in the name of the slot route operator. And that's what's before you today. We're seeking approval for the business operator to share in the gaming revenue.
So how is it having your son and wife report directly to you?
This is both good and bad. It really helps because eventually I want my son to help me out with the business as well. So I'm hoping that he's learning from me. So in the future he can expand the business or become an entrepreneur himself. So it's a great opportunity for him because my dad gave me the opportunity when I was young. And then I took that, and then now I'm an entrepreneur, and then I'm hoping my son's going to take the same thing and one day become a franchisee himself.
Well, that's excellent. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if you have any questions or comments.
Mr. Sandhu, thanks for being here. And your family background was very interesting. And are you back on talking terms now with everyone in your family, or still a few splintered groups going? And not putting you on the spot, I've just been hearing everything today, so it's just one gamut of emotions. And then some, that's one question. The other one was I was going to ask is, you were applying to, but you didn't actually attend the nursing school, did you? Or did you?
I did not attend nursing school. It was the year I finished all my prerequisites and applied into Sac State. I was going to get in on merit, but I had to take on the job because, like I said in the to the board in my last hearing, I guess life sometimes unexpectedly makes you takes you on a path that you don't plan on going. And then I had to take a job instead of going to nursing school. Because once you get into nursing school, you're basically there for at least 2 years, putting in almost 80 hours every day, and you don't have time to have a job and go to the nursing school. So I had to make a choice at that point, whether I go to nursing school or I had to take on the job and support my family.
Well, it's definitely less blood in your current role, so that's good. But Chair asked what it's like having your wife and son report directly to you, and you smiled and shrugged your shoulders, and we really should be asking them what they think reporting directly to you. That would be a very fascinating conversation. But anyway, I was very satisfied with what I heard at the Gaming Control Board, and I will be personally happy to support your application today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Yep. All right. Thank you again for being here and available to speak to us. At this time, I would ask if any of my colleagues have a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Any
Thank you. Oh,
sorry, I always do that. You always say
Okay.
thank you, and I always
I
cut you
shouldn't
off.
say thank
I apologize.
That's-
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Senator.
Thank you. We'd like to thank Senior Agent Wilson for her work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the next agenda item.
Restricted number 3 is the application for Kismmet and Kurpa Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 26174D. It is also the application of Rupwant Singh for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. With me today is Mr. Singh, the applicant. Similar to the last application, this is another 7-Eleven store where the business operator at this location has assumed operations in June 25th of 2025 and has been operating under a space lease agreement. And if approved today, that agreement will convert to a share in revenue and they'll start commencing participating in the gaming revenue under the slot route operator's license. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you for being here. Excuse me. I'm going to ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions or comments.
Madam Chair, if I may start, Mr. Donato, always a pleasure, and I'm glad to see you're on the road to recovery from
no cough drops today.
The crud that you were dispersing throughout the room a couple of weeks ago. And your wife doesn't need to be behind you with a box of Kleenex. Mr. Singh, incredibly impressive. Your background, the technology, you could be doing lots of different things, and you've got the skill sets to do, again, whatever it is that you want. This is what you want. I support that. You attended the restricted, gaming seminar. Can you talk about that for a second? It's the most exciting couple hours of your life.
Yeah, it was very informative for sure. Definitely learned the compliance side of it and different types of regulations you guys have. So I took a lot of the compliance aspects and I've learned a lot from that. So I would definitely say it was really informative for me.
Good. And there was a named Larry Holmes spoken. I mean, I know a boxer, but who's Larry Holmes?
He's a boxer.
Oh, that is the boxer. Okay.
Yep. So from my hometown of Easton, PA. So I've lived there all my life basically until I was 18, went to Philly. He's really well known in the Easton community because he's a boxer, heavyweight champion. So when people say Easton, everyone knows Larry Holmes.
Oh, that's sweet. No, I'm fully supportive. I think you'll do a great job and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
I thought this was pretty straightforward and I didn't have any questions, but I do appreciate your patience and you being here because it is nice to put a face to the name and everything. So good luck with your store and whatever other endeavors you pursue.
Thank you so much.
What did you do at your other employment that you intend to leave if you get the license here?
I actually left this Monday.
Oh, and what did you do?
So I actually was trust and safety at TikTok. So when you see the videos go online, I was the lead of making the platform safe.
Like
So
content management,
content safe,
content supervision, if you will?
content supervision, and also working with law enforcement to making sure those predators are caught and sent to NCMEC.
Got
So a lot of my work was actually on child safety and emergency response side of the business.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, dovetailing on that, I watched your presentation, of course, and I'm obsessed with TikTok. So I was just sad you were leaving TikTok because it's such a, I'm just talking about addiction. I'm addicted to TikTok. So, but I'm more addicted to the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm from Philly. I knew when I saw, I knew you were going to be an Eagle, but then you said you played football in high school and Philadelphia, like Pennsylvania, of course you're going to be an Eagle.
Yep.
And Judge Assad was right. I'm going to completely, I'm supporting you 100%. So thank you for coming in here.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a motion that they would like to make?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know. Madam Secretary, that I believe concludes our restricted agenda at this time. If you could read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration are 2 gaming employee registration appeals pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.335. The first item is Lawrence Killens, case number 25LV00382.
Sorry. Apologize. This matter is being continued at the request of Mr. Killens. Normally, the process has been if there's a good cause for a request for one, extension or continuance due to personal or professional conflict, that we try to accommodate that. And so this matter is being placed on the May agenda in light of the other matters that we have in April. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next item.
The second gaming employee registration appeal is Ting Q, case number 25LV00619.
Hello. So if you could state your appearance as the person who has agreed to interpret, we really appreciate your being here today to do that. It's still, see the button?
And then it turns.
There you go.
Okay.
And your name for the record for Mandarin interpreter is?
My name is Sarandu.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as far as the process, are you comfortable with any English at all? Or you want everything interpreted? What's your, well, that answers that question.
She only know a little bit English.
Okay, so how about I speak in segments and then give you the opportunity to interpret. And we will try to be mindful of not giving you too much at a time.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, so first, if you would advise her of the process. We're going to talk about the process first. The process is that she can say anything she'd like to say about her appeal. But that we do not take any new evidence that wasn't presented in the hearing before.
他们不让你提交任何新的证据。
We have all the materials that all the information, the reports and information from the hearing commissioner and a transcript of the hearing.
他们的资料他们都已经有了，然后之前的资料他们也都有。
So there was a hearing examiner that you spoke to. We have a transcript of that, a written summary of everything that was said.
你之前的 hearing， 你之前听证的材料他们都有所有的当时的资料。
And we read all of that before you get here.
他们之前都已经读过这些资料了。
So that we are prepared to hear you and understand what the case was about and what you said and what the findings of the examiner were.
他们已经准备好听你任何的解释了。
So you will get to go first and tell us anything you want us to know.
If you don't mind as well, if you could turn on your microphone as well, and then speak into the microphones, just so there is an audio record as well.
我就想说一下，我现在还能再继续申请这个游戏的 license 吗？
She wants to know if she can still apply for the gaming license.
Okay, so right now we're just talking about her appeal.
Okay.
Okay, and she can tell us what she wants us to know about her appeal. And then she maybe asks questions by people. And then at the end, we would make a decision on her appeal. We're only here for her appeal.
OK， 你这次是你的这个一个上诉，不是说你的申请，只是这一次的上诉，没有说不是你说的重新申请之类的。
就我现在想说，就是之前的事情那些是已经发生，然后但是在就我想说的是，之前是我在那个事情是有2次的逮捕，一次是因为我去就是商店购的时候拿了他们的东西，然后他们说拿了他们的东西，然后还有一次就是我上次看到他们的那个就是发给我的那个就是文件 report 里面，然后写着是我在2017年1月28号的时候又在圣地亚哥被逮捕过。
Ms. Du, I give you the permission to interrupt her and say, hold on a second, because that was a lot.
Okay.
And I don't even know what it was.
Okay. Okay. 我先翻译你再说。She said she saw she has 2 arrests. One was in San Diego back in 2017.
然后我就说我之前都没去过圣地亚哥，觉得我现在是想说，但是我没有被，这次是我没有被那个逮捕过的。
She said she has never been San Diego and never been arrested at San Diego before.
我就不知道这个是逮捕是从是怎么被认定为被逮捕了，然后他们拒绝我的游戏license， 就是说我有2次被逮捕的记录。
She has no idea why that 2017 arrest was on her record and why they did not why her gaming license was denied based on that.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
还有其他的吗？
This is where you tell us everything you want us to know.
你还有什么要说的吗？
现在暂时是没有。
That's all she wants to say.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for her?
I have just a brief question. Just to follow up on that. I'm sorry, just to follow up on that last comment. I believe she previously confirmed that she was arrested in connection with her unauthorized entry to the US from Mexico in 2017. So could you ask her if that arrest was perhaps somewhere other than San Diego?
他说你之前有在2017年被逮捕过，从墨西哥入境，这是在圣地亚哥的发生的事情吗？
但是我是在2017年，我没有从圣地亚哥入境被逮捕，我是
他是说你从墨西哥
2014年的时候，但是这个是2014年的时候。
She said that arrest was happening in 2014, not 2017.
Okay, so was it in San Diego or was it whether it was 2014 or 2017? Was that in San Diego or somewhere else?
你是在圣地亚哥被逮捕的吗？2014年？
在德州吧，一直从德州入境的，在德州呢。
She said she was arrested in Texas.
Texas, okay. I didn't have any other questions with regards to that. I just wanted to clarify the inconsistency from the record.
Okay, 他没有其他问题了。
Commissioner Krolicki?
Yeah, welcome, good afternoon.
下午好。
下午好。
I appreciate you being here. I'm not sure that the statements you've provided, though, correspond with the information that we have.
他觉得你说的和他们的记录不太符合。
但是我是2014年入境美国的，然后就是在这期间被捕一次，然后就是另一次在拉斯维加斯去商店购物的时候，然后我就只有这2次记录。
She said she was arrested twice. One was when she tried to enter the US, and one was arrested in Las Vegas. And that was her only 2 record.
Is there a reason why you did not report those arrests on your registration?
他说你为什么没有在你的申请表上填上你的被捕记录？
因为我之前填这个申请游戏，就是申请的游戏游戏申请的时候，然后是学校帮我填的，不是我自己填的。然后学校那时候帮我填，他们也没跟我说要填上这个。然后我后来去看那个翻译出来的时候，他是说的是在我这2年期间之内有没有被逮捕过，然后没有说在10年。
先等一下。Okay, so she said the school filled out the application for her, and they did not tell her she need to fill this information. 然后你说是你后来看到翻译件的时候，
就是我后来我也是来了第一次去听证的时候，他们告诉我要我把那些就是有被逮捕记录的之类要写上，然后不是近2年的，是近10年之类的要写上。
Okay, she thought she only have to disclose any arrest record in the recent 2 years, not the 10 years. She only learned that from reading the transcript after her first hearing.
And that's what you represented in your hearing with the hearing officer. We've just spent a good part of the day saying actions have consequences, and you've come into the country illegally. You were arrested for shoplifting. You have the reasons why. Perhaps that's not the case. I'm trying to help you do the translation, so I don't keep going, please.
Okay, OK， 他说就是每个行为都有自己的后果，然后你当时是非法进入美国的，然后还是已经被逮捕过2次了。
And I understand these incidents were some time ago, and I believe you've been married in the last few years, so your immigration status may be changing, but Go ahead.
他说你这些 他说你的记录大概是之前的了，但是你已经结婚了，你现在是合法的居留了。
But we spent this good part of this afternoon talking about character, honesty, transparency, and I understand the language difficulty, but that's not an excuse not to obey our laws and not to obey our rules and to have an expectation for a privilege of holding a gaming registration card.
他说他们今天下午一直在谈透明度，然后要诚实，然后他知道你有一些语言障碍，但是这也不是说你可以不诚实的借口。
And I hear no sorry for your actions. I just hear you want to, get past these so you can work at the World Series of Poker.
他没有听到你为你自己的行为道歉，然后只是说你想要拿到你的执照去工作。
So with all due respect, I don't hear or see or read anything that makes me not wish to sustain the officer's recommendation of not moving your application forward.
所以他读到的所有的资料没有说让他想改变一开始的决定。
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
没有其他要说的了。他
I just agree with Commissioner Kurlicki, his comments.
他们都同意他的决定。
Is the applicant working right now in a non-gaming role?
你现在在做其他类型的工作吗？
我现在在送 Uber，还有送包裹这些。
So she's working on Uber delivery and any kind of package delivery right now.
Okay, good. That's all that I had as a question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions or comments. I concur with Commissioner Kurlicki, and if he makes a motion, I'll support it. Or whoever. moves to sustain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and make a motion to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Ting Q's registration as a gaming employee.
All right, and is this?
This is pursuant to the NRS 463.33513, case number 25LV00619.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do you want to explain that? And ask her if she has any questions.
你还有任何问题吗？他们就是还是跟之前的决定是一样的。
没问题了。
She doesn't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for interpreting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that should bring us to our next item.
You have one gaming employee request for reconsideration pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.109. That item is Michael de Guzman, case number 23LV00388.
Good afternoon. For the record, Roger Alcantara to translate for Mr. de Guzman.
Thank you.
A Tagalog translation.
Hello, everyone, all in the board. My name is Michael de Guzman.
Okay, so this is the time set for your appeal. The way this works is first you should know that we have the entire record from below, all the documents. We have a transcript of your hearing that you had on sorry, I'm just finding the date here, December 10th, 2025 with the hearing officer. So we have a complete transcript of that. And we have the materials from that proceeding below, as well as some, you know, Chase bank record information and that kind of thing. Excuse me. And so now is your opportunity to say what you would like to say in support of your request for reconsideration. And after you're done saying what you want to say, then there would be questions that could be asked of you by commissioners. And then at the end, before any decision or motion is made, you would have an opportunity to say anything else that you want to say. But once the motion is made, then we're discussing it and we're voting, and it has nothing more to do with you, other than, you know, you're waiting for a decision. Do you have any questions about how the hearing is going to work?
Hindi ko marinig.
Hindi mo naintindihan.
No, yung ano yung tanong niya?
Basically, sabi yan, na information related sa kaso mo, they have it. So, pagtapos nilang magtanong, hindi decision. So, pwede ka magsalita. Pero walang bago.
So I'm gonna explain myself.
Want to give a statement? So, first, or
So explain myself right here.
he says he wants to give an explanation.
Okay.
So, lang labas kung kailangan may Tagalog iba translate.
Thank you for the opportunity to give me a chance to explain myself today. That I believe I should allowed to work in the gaming capacity. I believe I deserve one last chance to get back to the gaming capacity. I know it's not all about how you're a good person. It's all about to how trustworthy, loyalty you are to the company. And I swear I'm a nice employee. I can say that. Many of my boss, manager, they really like to work with me. So I can say that because they offer me a couple times promotions like supervisor, dual rates. And before I lost my job on casino, they transfer me to the nice casino, MGM Grand. I did the audition over there. So I can say I deserve one last chance.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for
I
Mr.
do.
Guzman?
I'm sorry, and I've read this like a week ago. What were you doing for the casinos when this happened in 2021? What were you doing?
Table games dealer.
Table games dealer. And is that what you want to do again?
Yes.
Thank you. That was the.
And what are you doing right now? How are you working right now?
Yes. Right now I'm currently working on the Stratosphere Casino, not on the gaming capacity.
And the rides?
I'm doing the thrill rides to the tower.
What
tower attendant?
Can you explain exactly what is trail rides to the tower?
Yeah. So I take the guests to the top, the restaurant, and I operate the rides on top.
And how long have you been doing that, Mr. de Guzman?
Since September 2024.
Oh, okay. But your goal then of coming back to us is because you wish to get back into dealing?
Yes.
Table games, is that why? Are you still providing for one child? You have a daughter? Or no?
I'm sorry.
Ito niya, meron ka ba? Ilan yung anak mong sinusuporta?
Meron pang,
May anak ka ba? Doon ba anak mo?
hindi kita marinig.
Anak. May anak kayo.
May anak ako.
Ilan?
Isa.
O sinusuporta mo?
Yes, sorry, I understand now. Yeah, I have one 3-year-old daughter. So at the same time, I take care of her just by myself, drop her up to the school. That's why I just work only like 6 hours. So I have to pick her up again after school time.
And having thoroughly read your case, why would Mr. de Guzman think that we would consider putting him back into the gaming? What has changed in his life that would change the decision of ours and the Gaming Control Board? So, anong nagbago sa buhay? Sila na nag-hearing, na bigyan sila ng rason na stating registration as a gaming employee. Anong masasabi mong nagbago sa buhay mo? Anong binago mo?
All right.
Tagalogin po.
Yeah, so right now, my current job, I know is good, but it's not good enough for my financial, supporting my daughter, for myself too. So if I'm gonna get back my gaming license to go back to the casino gaming, I know it's much better that for me, for my daughter.
I see in our reports you do not do and have not done any drugs. You don't drink alcohol anymore?
No, even regular cigarettes, no.
And what about gambling? Do you gamble?
No.
No. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. de Guzman, thank you for being with us. Quick question. Do you have support at home to help you take care of your daughter if you were to go back to work full time?
Right now, we're living on the apartment. I live with my cousin, so we split for the apartment bill.
Okay, so because you indicated right now you're working 6-hour shifts so you can take care of your daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you were to go back to a dealer type position, you would probably work 8 hours. Is that something that you have
I'm gonna work my schedule
to accommodate her?
Mhm.
Okay. With respect to the incident that happened was the check cashing. Were you, I don't remember from the last hearing, were you already separated from your wife or divorced when your wife?
I just divorced my ex-wife last year by March, but we've been separated since 2023.
Yeah, I remember you were separated or separating at the time that this whole check issue came up. That was part of the problem, right?
Yeah, we've been separated 2023.
Okay. And she deposited the check online, but then you didn't realize it and you tried to cash it? Or you did cash it at a casino, right?
Yeah. Actually, I can't remember now. Yeah.
My recollection.
All I remember is I went to the Palace station that I cashed out the check. That's all.
Right. You cashed a check that she had already deposited online. And then when it bounced.
That's not clear for me. The one she said she deposited on the online, then if I knew that, I'm not gonna cash out again the check.
Understood. Do you have any other arrests or law enforcement contacts since we last saw you?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Well,
yeah, except that incident, everything else, I'm all right.
Okay. A little bit more time has gone by and I'm pleased to see that you are still at the same job. You were at that job when you were before us last time.
Yes, I'm still on the current job right now.
Yeah. So I appreciate that you've been able to, maintain constant employment and are still able to take care of, your young daughter. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Guzman, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
you know, we talked about the check, you know, for a long time last year, you know, 15, 16 months ago when we discussed it. And I think there was great sympathy on the commission that was here. I mean, not all, we didn't have a full contingent when you came in front of us. And we actually urged you to keep your nose down and take care of your daughter and do your job. And with the Malone's support, are there Malones here today? No, but the
Oh, they're not
Malones,
here today.
the Malones provided important testimony, and in the most recent hearing officer, they again are very supportive of you and your daughter, and you're very lucky to have the Malones. But we actually, and you're good with language so far? Yeah.
19 din ang sinasabi niya.
Oh.
So far. Okay. Yeah, he said.
Okay, I'm trying to
says
speak
he follows-
slowly
he's
so we
following.
don't have to do the interpretation. But, you know, this commissioner and I think others actually encouraged you to spend the next year or when you can come back because it was so close that we just needed to see more progress, more good parenting, more hard work, and you've done that. And so my problem today is the hearing officers and the recommendation to not go forward. You know, I thought this would be a very different, you know, appeal. You've done everything we suggested you do. And so I have great sympathy. I think you've earned the right to have it back, but it just pains me to go against the staff's recommendation. And I'm not quite sure why, other than their statements that they say that you're not sufficiently sorry for what happened. You haven't, you know, said you did something wrong. And it's just hard for me to reconcile that. But I believe that you've done what we asked you to do. You've demonstrated a consistency. And you know, I think you've paid a price. And now I think it's time to allow you the opportunity to re-enter the gaming business and take care of your family. And but again, I'm very eager to hear what my colleagues say. Again, the only negative I have in this encounter is the fact that, you know, the staff has suggested this not happen, you know, in a positive way.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
I have, but certainly after you. So.
Well, I had pretty much moved or agreed that it should have been reversed last time you were here, based on it being one check of insufficient funds, which you don't even have to prove in criminal court there's any intent. They just send from any store, you know, you could just not balance your checkbook right. And if it's insufficient funds or that check balances, I don't care if it's a dry cleaners or whatever, Clark County DA's office prosecutes it. And so you don't even have to show intent. Here, he paid for it right afterwards. It was dismissed. This was from 2021, and we're in 2026 now. He's got a 3-year-old kid, and all he wants to do is work. There's not even a bad intent here, like some of the other cases. And he didn't even, I mean, there's nothing else to this case, but a bounced check, and he has paid for it for 5 years. So to me, not only did I, you know, last time and it was close and everything, you know, with all due respect to staff, I don't get, I mean, am I missing where they wrote down like why they think that? Just not enough remorse. I mean, he's been here each time. So he clearly is showing that he wants a job back for him and his kid. But I do have a lot of respect, but I don't, you know, sometimes they're wrong. There is no reason not to give him back after 5 years on a bounced check. That's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I echo both my fellow commissioners. I was on that commission, obviously, at that time. You've done your penance, and I would be inclined to support the motion of reversing. But that's all. I have no further questions than what I've already asked. Thank you.
So does someone have a motion?
I can.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, I move to reverse the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Michael de Guzman's registration as a gaming employee.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Take care of your girl.
Madam Secretary, thank you for interpreting. We appreciate you today. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our next agenda item.
Next, for your consideration, you have 6 regulation items. The first is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225, 5.240, and 5.242 with conforming amendments to Regulation 1.137 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. And before you for consideration are proposed changes to Regulation 5.225 regarding wagering accounts, 5.240 regarding service providers, and 5.242 regarding cloud computing services. To conform to the changes in Reg 5 regarding cloud computing, there is a recommended change to the definition of hosting center in 1.137. These changes were initiated by the board's lab and lab chief Eberwein. They are contained in a draft dated January 27th, 2026 for Reg 5 and a draft dated January 20th, 2026 for Reg 1. I do want to note that these changes were crafted with input from the industry. The board held a workshop related to these changes back in December of 2025 and ultimately made its recommendation at its February meeting. The board's also recommending an effective date upon adoption. I'm happy to go through these in more specificity if you'd like, Madam Chair.
Does anyone want our Attorney General to go through this in more specificity, this particular group? I don't think you need to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, are there any questions or comments related to these 5225, 5240, and 5242? And the conforming amendments in 1.137? Then if not, does anyone have a motion?
Yep, Madam Chair, just quick question. Sorry, I'm just getting oriented here. And I do want to give a shout out to Mr. Torres for putting the briefing together. It was very helpful because some of these things are very complicated. You all do this every day. Many regs are just comments. You just read the words, but what you do in this technology piece is very different. And for a lay person, some of it is pretty deep and pretty hard. But some of it is just setting the stage of like for the cloud providers in AWS's, throughout this documentation. Ms. Okerberg represented them at your meeting, but this would excuse. What's the current situation with the cloud provider? I mean, they're not licensees. They register with the Gaming Control Board to provide their services to licensees, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And thank you for the record, Commissioner Kurlicki. My name is Jeremy Eberwein, Chief of the Technology Division at the Gaming Control Board. Like I mentioned, that is correct. We haven't had a lot of traffic in this area. There's not that many cloud providers out there. But the big push for the change in this regulation really is the fact that while they are providing this service, they're not really necessarily active in this. It's more like, they provide a product and it's really the licensees utilizing it. So by requiring them to be registered, we're not really gaining anything. We're not adding any level of security. We're not getting any extra jurisdiction. We're not adding any integrity, for gaming specific purposes here. So that's part of the reason that we've looked for these changes.
But I think I read that they're still required to register, but not just in each circumstance where a licensee is choosing to use those services. Is that right? Or they don't need to register at all?
Our intent was to remove the registration requirement entirely.
And that's correct, Commissioner. They would no longer have to register as this type of service provider.
Okay. And what happens to the current information? I mean, there's a legacy file here. We would just know that it's there, or
it would be archived. However, there just really wouldn't be any requirement for further action outside of record retention purposes.
And for record retention purposes, which is important. And again, this is not my space. God bless you for understanding these things. But we talk about AI. We talk about how algorithms can be used by a licensee algorithms can be used to encourage customers to do things they wouldn't normally wish to do at times and amounts that they wouldn't do it. So how do we access that kind? Is this even the time and setting for this conversation? How would we search to understand those algorithms and how they're used for entertainment and experience value as opposed to inappropriate purposes?
Sure. So the cloud computing services in themselves, there may be AI services available in those, but in general, for the most part, it's other things that are being provided by this, storage, certain services for communications, some redundancy or protection against cyber attacks. That kind of stuff is really the bulk of it. Really, it's, if you think about it, it's instead of the company maintaining its own IT closet, they're having somebody else, they're using somebody else's closet. That's really the case here.
So without, again, understanding some of the genius behind these technologies, you as an expert in technology feel that the Gaming Control Board and ultimately the Gaming Commission, when we make our decisions, all information, all compliance, everything will be fully addressed. Information that we might need to retrieve will exist in places that are retrievable. And this is just, the cloud's not new. We understand it, and it's time to move forward and into the future and stuff with the current status of the cloud and technology provisions.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chief Eberlein.
Anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Solis-Rini is going to make a motion.
I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC regulations 5.225, 5.240, and 5.242 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated January 27th, 2026, as well as the conforming amendments to NGC regulation 1.137 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated January 20th, 2026, all to be effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 1.155, 5.030, 5.040, 5.060, and 5.070 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, here today to present the proposed regulatory amendments read into the record by Madam Secretary. Before you today is a draft dated January 14th, 2026, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. These amendments, if approved, would become effective upon adoption by the commission. The overarching goal of these proposed regulatory amendments is to standardize language and to clarify the applicability of certain sections. First, the proposed amendments add a definition of registrant to Regulation 1. Next, the proposed amendments modify the definition of registration found in Regulation 1.155 to include registrations with the commission, not just those with the board. Lastly, the proposed amendments to modify Regulation 5.030, 5.040, 5.060, and 5.070 to clarify that the requirements of those sections apply to registrants and persons found suitable by the commission. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have.
Does anyone have any comments or questions? There being none, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulations 1.155, 5.030, 5.040, 5.060, and 5.070 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated January 14th, 2026 to be effective upon adoption.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could read into the record our next item.
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 6.090, 6.100, and 6.115 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, here today to present the proposed regulatory amendments read into the record by Madam Secretary. Before you today is a draft dated January 14th, 2026, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. These amendments, if approved, would become effective upon adoption by the commission. The proposed amendments accomplish the following. First, amend NGC Regulation 6.090 subsection 1 and NGC Regulation 6.100 subsection 1 to add a reference to NRS Chapter 368A, which covers live entertainment tax. Its prior omission was an oversight. Next, to amend NGC Regulation 6.090 subsection 2, subsections 7 through 8, and subsections 10 through 13 to remove the requirement that licensees submit their written system of internal control along with any subsequent amendment thereto to the board. Instead, licensees would have to provide a copy to the board upon request. Next, to amend Regulation 6.090 subsections 9 and 15 to remove the requirement that licensees, internal auditors, and independent accountants perform certain procedures relating to the live entertainment tax. This change is in line with the changes made to the Nevada Administrative Code Regulations 368A.510, which became effective on July 7, 2025. Lastly, the proposed amendments would amend NGC Regulation 6.115 subsections 3 and 4 to reflect the repeal of the requirement to submit the written system of internal control to the board. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation and be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. With me today is Rusty LeBlanc. He's chief of the audit division of the board. He'd also be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
No.
Are you blessing these, Chief LeBlanc?
Yes, very much so.
Good enough for me.
Okay. There being no questions or comments, then at this time, do you have a motion?
Certainly I can. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulations 6.090, 6.100, and 6.115 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated January 14, 2026, and effective upon adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you read in our next item?
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.120 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Nona Lawrence with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today is the proposed change to NGC Regulation 5.120, which addresses the finder's fee in relation to the arrangement or negotiation of an extension of credit to a licensee, a registered company, or an applicant for licensing. You should have a draft date in January 8th, 2026. The proposed amendment is to increase the finder's fee from $10,000 to $30,000 and would be effective upon adoption. Chief Langsaveth is also here, should you have any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Chair Tagliati, I don't know, I don't have a question on the change proposed, but just on the whole finder's fee. I mean, it is, again, this is just in a space that is not my, my experience, but does this happen all the time? I mean, how many 30,000 referral fees would there be in a quarter or something with the licensees in Nevada?
Sure. Chief Chan Linksvat for tax and license. It doesn't happen often. It didn't happen often for 10,000, and it certainly wouldn't happen that often for 30,000. It depends on the different licensees, of course. So I can't say, every licensee it happens once a year or anything like that. But the goal here was that we rarely, if ever, had any violations regarding this, and we wanted to keep up with inflation so that we wouldn't capture such small dollar amounts.
Yeah, totally get that.
Yeah.
And is there a standardized contract in the industry for finder's fees, or?
I wouldn't say standard, but there are payments that go out, and we look at all payments that are over a certain dollar amount, and we request that from the licensees. We just didn't want to have to ask for anything $10,000 or more. It just seemed too low nowadays.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just an activity that doesn't have much visibility, at least to this commissioner. And again, I get why the changes are appropriate, but it's just in a space that I'm unaccustomed to. So thank you for that, Al.
Sure, no problem.
Anyone else? All right, there being no additional comments or questions, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.120 as presented by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, recommended draft dated January 8th, 2026 to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next item?
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.050 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Nona Lawrence with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today are the proposed changes to NGC Regulation 6.050 related to ownership records. You should have a draft dated January 8th, 2026. The proposed amendment is to change the language to clarify to licensees that when the Gaming Control Board asks for security instrument documents, that a copy of the instruments is acceptable. Previously, the board required original documents, which sometimes pose difficulties for licensees. The proposed amendments also clarify that publicly traded corporations are exempted from this provision. The proposed amendments would go into effect upon adoption. Again, Chief Langsaveth is here to answer any technical questions you may have, and I'd be happy to answer anything I'm able to.
Any discussion before I call for a motion? Why didn't this happen a long time ago? Is that going to be one of the? Yes.
I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 6.050 as presented in the NGCB recommended draft dated January 8th, 2026, to be effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, our next item.
The final regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 7.010 and 7.025 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office.
Before you for consideration are proposed changes to Regulation 7, which is the chapter that pertains to disciplinary proceedings. The changes are contained in a draft dated January 7th of 2026. These were prepared with the help of Board Member Sendahl and Investigations Chief Rippey and Tax and License Chief Lang Savath. These changes were recommended by the board at its February meeting with a recommendation that they be effective upon adoption. And I can go through these with more specificity if you'd like, Madam Chair.
Would anyone like that? No one believes that's necessary, so thank you, though.
All right, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I think there was some lingering, or at least in my mind, the NRA had made some comments, but are all parties, I mean, they could be here representing themselves, but is the industry comfortable in these changes that we've made?
I do recall what you're referencing, Commissioner, and I have not heard anything from Ms. Valentine, so I assume they are.
Okay, but I appreciate the merit behind this and the purpose, and it's important. So this is well done. I just wanted to make sure that the industry thought it was fair, but if they thought differently, I'm sure they'd be sitting here with us today. Thank you.
Or if they had given us anything in writing, we would have it, right? Madam Secretary?
Correct. We have received no comments.
Okay.
What was that reference then? Because I thought I saw something from NRA and Ms. Valentine. Was that already considered by the Gaming Control Board prior to this?
If I'm thinking of the same thing you are, during the board's meeting, when it was considering these changes, Ms. Valentine did have some comments where I think she was uncertain on how the surrender might occur. But I'm hopeful that that was addressed during the board meeting. And again, I haven't heard anything further from her.
All right. Well, again, we've made a clear record here that we've made the outreach, but appreciate all the help. And again, this is a compelling piece that had not really been addressed previously. It is now. Thank you.
Commissioner, I just wanted to address that a little bit. It's going to be more internal, meaning on actually how it's going to be surrendered and things like that. The reg itself, though, there were no lingering issues regarding the regs. It's just more the logistics of how it's going to be surrendered and notification and things like that. That'll be all discussed internally. Internally meeting staff and the NRA and whoever else that needs to be involved.
And that doesn't need to be addressed specifically in the regulation. It's done by policy and you know, the industry knows what they need to do in terms of communication.
That is correct. It would not change any wording or any like that or intentions regarding the regs. It's more internally on how we want to have that happen, you know, and we will have discussions with the industry regarding that.
Perfect. That's a great answer. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'm sorry, there being none, do you have a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC regulations 7.010 and 7.025 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated January 7, 2026 and effective upon adoption. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam. Well done, everyone. Thank you. Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with the board.
Yeah. On behalf of Chairman Dreitzer, for the record, I'm Chief Luke Rippey of the Investigations Division. The April 2026 GCB meeting will be a one-day meeting to be held Wednesday, April 8th in Carson City with the non-restricted agenda beginning at 9 a.m. The non-restricted agenda is anticipating 13 agenda items. The restricted agenda will begin at 1:30 p.m. and is scheduled for 13 items as well. Following the restricted agenda, there will be 2 proposed amendments to regulations for possible action. Thank you.
Thank you. How about from the Attorney General's office today?
No, nothing today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, I will go first to Carson City, where there does not appear to be anyone who wishes to make public comment. If there was, I would ask them to step forward to the podium. There appears to be no one there. Is there anyone present here in Las Vegas that wishes to make public comment? There appears to be no one here. That will close our public comment section and conclude the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. We are adjourned.
Well done.